This video is a combination of both recap videos I've made for my Skyrim playthrough of the incredible Elysium Remastered Modlist. With over 1,700 mods and 80 plus hours of gameplay, all packed into this 4-ish hour video, recapping all the way from episode 1 to episode 100. In true JRPG fashion, from humble beginnings to killing a god. This playthrough spans years, and so these videos were made about 2 years apart from each other. So, just a heads up, don't be surprised when the editing style completely changes about an hour into the video. Regardless, I hope you enjoy the journey. 1,756 mods. I've been playing Skyrim for the past year using the Elysium Remastered Modlist. Links to it in the righty bits. This is to be the 50th episode of said Let's Play. But it's not going to be like my normal content. No. I wanted to use this milestone to take a look back on the series as a whole. That's right, it's everybody's favorite anime episode, the recap episode. If you haven't seen anything up to this point, that's perfect. This episode was literally made for you, new viewer. As for those of you who have been with me since the beginning, how about a trip down memory lane? You've been meaning to get out of the house for a while. Look, memory lane even has little patches of grass you can touch. Isn't that nice? Yeah. For real though, I just wanted to do something a little more edited. It's probably going to turn out cringe, but who knows. Speaking of cringe, episode 1. I had a bit of fun with character creation and made one of my first relatively successful TikToks out of it. I wrote an entire backstory for our boy Tardy Penis, which is just cringe. But it's just some harmless light RP in order to help me make decisions in game. Now into the actual game. We wake up from a bonk on our head and grab everything that's not nailed down. We are then tasked with Baby's first dungeon, where I pretty immediately find my new favorite weapon, the spear. I kick some ghost ass, and then it's time to go to our new home in Solitude. Okay, my duty here is done. Episode 2 has us taking a tour of our new museum that we own, and just figuring out a lot of what it has to offer. Episode 3 is when we finally make it out into the world. We join the college, find a wrecked ship, and go to our first actual dungeon. I get overwhelmed and start to pray to whatever god will take me. Then, my prayers answered. Woolly angels descend and smite my enemies. Get fucked, dude. My gods. My beautiful beings. Episode 4 sees us exploring the Silent Moon's camp, where I die a lot. I find what I was looking for, which turned out to be a book that tells me I didn't find what I was looking for. It tells me to go to the top of the mountain, so I do, and while I do, I keep dying on my horse for no reason. Wow. Yeah. Why? I get to the top of the mountain and move on with my life. Next stop was Windhelm, where I'm told to leave because of good old high fantasy racism.
Hold it there, Argonian.
Oh.
You're not allowed inside the city. It's the law here. You need to leave.
Okay. Episode 5, I decide to start the college quest line. Nothing new here really, except for this funny dog. I find the big orb at the end of the episode, and we learn our first dragon slur. Ice form. Episode 6 was mostly spent in menus, but I get better at cutting the fat as the series goes on. I also completely broke my game riding the horse. What is happening? What? What is happening? Amazing. Am I gonna die from this? Can I get off the horse? Oh, that just turns on, Okay, this seems to be a problem. Towards the end of the episode, I start the main quest, which has us starting the only dungeon I ever remember playing in Skyrim originally, Bleak Falls Barrow. Episode 7, we dive deeper into the BFB. Saving this dickhead just for him to go off and be a dickhead, we also find an absolute ass ton of ruined books, which have become super useful since we can give them to Latoria to turn into spells and such. Then we do the claw puzzle, find another word, and then have our first real boss fight. I offer him a little cheese and he dies. First thing I do in episode 8 is wash my penis. The animation takes quite a lot longer than I thought it would. Then we go back and turn in the ruined books for the first time and get some hot garbage. We continue our way to Helgen, where we are greeted by a dragon whose animation started late and scared the hell out of me. This is the starting town. What the fuck? Oh my god. Scared the shit out of me. Oh, fuck. We fail our mission, so I decide to take a detour to the nearest quest marker for a key that only works half the fucking time and a ton of keys that work none of the time. In episode 9, we start the vanilla main quest by going into a cave and find a text-to-speech voice man dying, only to have said man get up, fight and kill the spider that hurt him, and then go back to whining. Aw, poor boy. On our way to Riverwood, we get ambushed by bandits, and one of them just casually turns into a werewolf, almost killing me. We make it to Riverwood and sit down for dinner, but they won't let me eat anything? Rude. In fact, everything in this house is marked as steal, except for their loose change? 60% of episode 10 is spent in the museum, just getting my fucking life together, man. We also visit Whiterun for the first time in this episode. We talk to the Jarl to progress the main quest, and they ask me to slay a dragon. Episode 11 starts with me shilling out my favorite Walmart water, then doing the one thing I regret most during this playthrough. I kill a dragon. Why do I regret this? Well, this quest triggers the ability for dragons to start spawning everywhere to kill you, which normally wouldn't be a problem, but there's a mod on this list that's called Deadly Dragons, a mod that makes sure dragons are as powerful and dangerous as they should be. If Dark Souls hadn't taught me to be stubborn, I would have reloaded and done something else, but I cheesed the shit out of this dragon and made my life hell. I go back to the Jarl and tell him I'm a special little boy, then get my first companion of the playthrough, Lydia. Don't get attached. In episode 12, we start in the mountains where I find out I don't have access to the mod that lets me go back to Cyrodiil. And in order to do so, I just need to complete the college quest line. So that's on the top of my list of things to do. And I do just that. Go back to the college, do a dungeon crawl, learn a new word. End of episode. Episode 13 just sees me having the smoothest brain because I start doing a quest that I thought was for the college, but in fact wasn't. I do the dungeon anyway and fight this little teleporting bastard. I continue with this dumb quest and I get absolutely bodied. I'm dead. I'm dead. He just one-shot me. After getting sniped, I say,
Okay, that's it. Screw you guys. I'm going home.
Episode 14 opens with us going back to college to speak with a man about some books. Then I am immediately attacked by a dragon. After the dragon's been dealt with, I head off to get a quill. I only do this quest because it's between me and where I need to go. Little did I know, in order to get this quill, I would have to face off with bandits, dwarven constructs, and Falmer. All with a big-ass robot boss at the end. All just to get this crappy, shitty thing that I will never use. In episode 15, I make my way up a mountain just to get my ass absolutely fucked by a dragon.
You know what else? You're a girl dragon. Oh,
to the point where I give up on catching these hands and make my way down the mountain. I found where I needed to be for the stolen books. I do the dungeon perfectly, not dying a single time, I promise, but then I get to the boss. And this bitch kicks my ass all over the place until I put my foot down and say, no, we're gonna go do something else. But we'll be back shortly. Between the episodes, my computer actually shits itself to death, so I had to replace some stuff, which means I had to re-download the entire mod pack, which updated with a ton of new mods. I think I'm on version 2.5 now, probably. Luckily, I was able to recover my save and continue with this adventure. In episode 16, a viewer tells me about something that can help me with fall damage, so I have to travel to Falkreath. And of course, as soon as I do, I get there and the dragon is no happy. With the dragon dead, it doesn't take me long to find what I'm looking for. A man falls out of the sky, apparently a reference to Morrowind. The man had a paraglider, and I'm told to scale the mountain if I wanted one. Most of the episode is getting killed by bandits while climbing up the mountain, but when I reach the top, what a beautiful view. I fly around for a bit and find myself in an unloaded Falkreath, so I fast travel to reload it and get into another dragon fight. In episode 17, we start by talking to some of the museum peeps. Then we thwart the worst assassination attempt I have ever seen.
Is that an invisible man? And now that the Dominion has risen once more, it seeks to bring elsewhere under its thumb.
Is he gonna get assassinated right now?
There are those of us who would not have this. So Rakis happens upon this relic a number of years ago, brings it into his safe. But word spread swiftly on the warm winds of elsewhere, and now the Thalmor seek to obtain it. Every piece of power they get their hands on brings them closer to dominating all of Tamriel. So Rakis gives to you the staff of Indan, so that you may safekeep it, and keep it from the clutches of the Thalmor. Phew, that was close. You saved Rakis from that sneaky Thalmor. Rakis owes you his life. He wishes he had something of value to give you for saving him.
And we get an airship that I won't use till a little later. After that, we go around town completing some simple quests and fast travel over to Windhelm. It's here that I get asked if I'm racist, to which I respond with the correct answer. I literally don't even want to talk to you. Am I racist?
You've come to the wrong city then.
Then, outside Windhelm, I talk to a random guy on a boat who whisks me away to far, far away into the DLC. A DLC that I had no idea even existed, so I thought it was just a huge-ass mod. I explore the town, wipe out a bandit camp nearby, and finish it all off with a jump scare. Oh shit! What the fuck was that? Episode 18 is mostly exploring and fighting. I do get mind controlled by a rock, so that was fun. After that, we do some more dungeon diving where I find my new best friend, Juanathan. Episode 19. At the end of the last episode, we were tasked with killing a long-since dead general. He's already dead, so it should be easy. As Juanathan's first true battle, I can say he passes with flying colors. And now, I have a new best friend for life. We kill the general and turn the quest in. Without any more direction, I decide to take a stroll down the beach where I find suicide spiders, a madman, and this fucking thing. What the hell just happened? Oh shit! What the fuck is that? Oh my god! Oh my fucking Christ, bro! Eventually, I find myself in the small mushroom treehouse town where this dick of a wizard lives. I agree to help him with his research, where he just experiments on me and I have to wait for side effects, whatever that means. You know what time it is. Dog time. It's dog time, everybody.
Everybody knows it's dog time.
I buy a dog in episode 20. I name him Cat Vegetable, which I know sounds weird, but it makes sense because he's the exact opposite of Dogmeat from Fallout. Where Dogmeat is useful, Cat Vegetable actively gets in your way. Where Dogmeat will help you in a fight, Cat Vegetable will literally gang up on you. Where Dogmeat is cute and adorable, Cat Vegetable is, well, he's also pretty cute and adorable, I'm not gonna lie. But enough about my new dog. I run into these people at the beach that said their home had been taken by goblin dudes, and I go and help them get it back. On the way to my next objective, I've taken a little swim and have my health permanently lowered because of it. Turns out those side effects are triggered by water. I go back to the deranged doctor to get a cure. When I try to head home to put stuff away, I'm stopped by a priest at the door, and he says there's a ghost in the house. Before I can go any further, I am rudely interrupted by another dragon. We head into the museum and see some pretty wacky, weird shit. I find a note that I think has something to do with it, but I'm told to take a nap instead. When I awake, shit gets taken up a notch. Mannequins are up walking around. They flipped my dining room table, but not like when you flip it on Monopoly night, like this. I have to do some investigating to find the source of the ghost, and I find a painting of the guy. The priest says to take another nap and everything will go back to normal, but I awake to just fire and skeletons and scary whispers. Then going down the hallway, I see Alma from the Fear franchise. Everything goes black, and I wake up for real this time, and everything is fine? I do some more investigating and find a note talking about a statue the guy commissioned for his wife. Thinking it might be the key, we head to the sculptor's family farm and find out that the family kept the statue all this time. We pay for the statue and have it delivered to the museum. It does indeed solve our little ghost problem, and now we have this pretty statue. I loved this quest. It was wholly unnecessary because the mod itself was just so good with just the idea of the museum, but this quest just makes it 1,000 times better. I didn't mention it, but I've been periodically giving this man a series of small loans so that he would continue excavating this ruin for me.
He's bleeding me dry.
This episode is when I finally get to step inside. Because you see, these dead guys got slaughtered by even deader guys, and I needed to go and clear them out in order to continue. I get unlucky because this button was supposed to activate when I moved the skull, but a pickaxe was perfectly a pixel too close and was keeping the button way down. With the way forward open, I can continue to get extorted by this fucking asshole and move on with the quest. Even after giving up so much money, I noticed that my pockets were still pretty plump. Thus, I decided to do a little shopping. I honestly spend way too much time in menus going over equipment, and while I wait for my order, these children keep fucking with this dead guy on the street. Did that little girl just... What is this game? What the fuck are these children doing? Why are you stealing from this dead body? I say as I steal from the dead body, leave me alone. After the upgrade, I went and got it enchanted. God, I'm terrible with money. Luckily, I had enough sitting around in the museum to cover the cost. And thus, the penis poker was born. Then I enchanted some armor as well, but I'm totally out of money now. So I go back to doing what I was doing before I got sick, helping this woman get a blessing from her ancestor or whatever. It doesn't go well, but she tells me to just lie to her people about it, which I guess I'm cool with, because I'm probably never going to see them again. Episode 23, we go back to the excavation site where I have to kill more dead people. During the dungeon, and with a heavy heart, I dismiss Cat Vegetable. He kept getting in the way, and sometimes would even get me killed. Oh, there you are. Okay. Cat Vegetable! No! Cat Vegetable, get out of the way! Oh, I can't dodge. But don't worry, it won't be the last time we see him, though. After clearing out the site again, this motherfucker has the nerve to ask me for more money. I actually can't afford it this time, so it's time to just go sell a kidney or something. I go back to the museum and get ambushed by yet another dragon. Then I decide to do whatever quest is closest, which turned out to be this bounty hunting mission in the Broken Ore Grotto. I kill everyone, take her head, turn it in, giving me enough money to get robbed once more. At this point, I'm getting pretty desperate for money, so I do the quest that looks easiest for some fast cash. I deliver these shoes and get jack shit for it, wasting my time. While I was doing that, enough time had passed that the excavation site was ready again. Same shit, different day as I get more and more tired of this fucking place. After I'm done, the prick asks me for another 5K, and I'm starting to cry a little. I take everything that's not nailed down in order to sell it. I'm in too deep now, and I regret everything. I go adventuring to find more shit I can sell, and when I come back to the site, it was under attack. With my smooth brain, I managed to kill the monster along with some of the miners, which will probably cost me another 3K. Dickhead here also got caught in the blast, but can't die, so when he gets up, he just attacks me. I managed to fuck off far away enough that I can fast travel and wait out his temper tantrum. Everything is back to normal when I get back, so I stop the episode there. In episode 25, I'm still needing cash, so I go off to explore the coastline. I fight a few walruses. Walrusi? No, that sounds stupid. What the hell's wrong with me? I also explore a goblin camp that has a ton of goodies that these little dudes just hoarding. I also get this cool ice horse for the museum. Outside, I fight some dudes, and one of them has a cloak that I immediately go and enchant. It's surprisingly cheap for what it gives me, because now I have infinite low-level spells that cost no mana. That means infinite, relatively fast healing, which saves my life more times than I can count up to. So get ready to see that a lot. I enchant the rest of my armor, making an absolutely huge mistake. By imbuing my helmet with dark vision, I thought it would only be active in the dark, and instead, everything now looks like this. Oh no. Did I just fucking ruin my helmet by putting this dark vision bullshit on it? Oh my god, shut up. Aw, damn it. Fuck. And with no way of removing enchantments, I essentially just ruined my best helmet. Once again, returning to the museum to get pounced on by yet another dragon. I grab some more money and purchase a new helmet, but I can't get it enchanted just yet. Heading back to the site again once enough time passes, I show up and everyone is dead again. Back into this absolute mess I go. This time it seems that it has been fully opened up. I learn yet another dragon slur, then I proceed to kick anything and everything's ass. I get to the final chamber, but guess what? Dickhead is betraying me and summoning an even bigger dickhead. Who could have guessed? A boss battle ensues, and unfortunately, I think they expect me to be way higher level because this fucker is level 70. I give up on trying to have a fair fight and cheese the shit out of him. Dickhead number 1 says he's sorry, it wasn't my fault. He asked me to forgive him, and every cell in my body and every coin in my pocket wants this man dead. I let him go because I'm a good person. I do all my looting and continue into the next room where I'm greeted by Cthulhu. Sitting in front of him is the Black Book. I fearlessly took the book and started to read. Like any good book should, it sucked me in and transported me to another world. Honestly, this area looks so fucking sick. And it's all ruined when this guy starts talking, and I swear it sounds like he's doing a terrible Zoidberg impression. Oh, what the fuck did I do?
So, another seeker after knowledge enters my realm. I am Hermaeus Mora, Prince of Fate and Lord of Secrets.
I am Tarty Penis.
Apocrypha.
I fight some cool Lovecraftian monsters, which is a nice change of pace, and I get to the end where the book waits for me. It gives me a choice of 3 powers, and I take the one that gives me infinite mana for 30 seconds. It'll definitely come in handy later. However, it seems like that's about all I can do here, so I head back to the museum to check up on the airship gifted to me all those episodes ago. Now that I'm quite a bit more leveled up, I decide to go back to school and kill that bitch that won't give me those books. Turns out the boss fight's a lot easier if you're not getting one shot. I pick up the books and head back to the college where they brought back the orb for study. I don't know why, but I somehow got in trouble and sent to the principal's office. When I get there, this guy used to talk to me privately. He tells me orb bad and gives me my next objective. He then fucks off and so do I. But as soon as I leave the building, who would have guessed but another dragon ambush? Now we have to make our way to the school's basement. In the basement, I run into this fucking door that just baffles me for like 20 minutes. Turns out I just had to walk up closer to the door. I talk to the giant nightlight and go back to tell the teacher. They tell me to go to another stinky ruin, but time was up. I ended the episode with my horse coming to say hi. Hello? Would you like to go to college? Episode 28 starts off with some wacky, funny fun times, with me trying to turn my horse around on the bridge. Fuck. Okay, I'm gonna fast travel. After that, I head out towards the ruins when I stumble upon some very Silent Hill looking weather. But instead of getting jumped by a monster, I get jumped by a man. After looting the dead man, I go back to the museum for some inventory management, during which I set up the spell Akato's Recital. This is a neat spell that my viewer told me about that basically stores 3 buffs that will pop on at the beginning of combat automatically. For now, I put in Stone Flesh and Troll's Blood, giving me high damage resistance and massive health regeneration. I make my way into the stinky, smelly, shitty dungeon and go to clear it out of all danger. First fighting dwarven constructs in the Falmer, then I die, resetting me about an hour of progress. Moving along, I run into an actual sane human being, and he gives me a puzzle to solve. A puzzle that I admit takes me way longer than it should have. I finish the puzzle, and I'm finally free from my torment. Then I head back to college for the next episode. I get back to the college to find out that Thalmor guy betrayed us. Oh no. We find him shooting lightning at the orb for reasons I couldn't care less about, but then he does a big boom and kills the principal. I play with his corpse for a bit and then head out to town to defend it. After cleaning up the town, I'm told I need to go to another ruin. Yay, I love Skyrim's unique environments. I fast travel to the nearest location and my lord and saviors save my skin once again. Making my way to my actual destination, inside I find a bunch of ghosts of Christmas past talking about all the goodies there are to find in this ruin. Fighting my way through the dungeon, I run into a bone dragon. He turned out to be super easy, so I don't know if I should count him, but I will just to make myself look cooler. I spent a majority of the episode fighting and listening to ghosts about how much they suck and how they all keep dying one by one. I keep fighting and eventually find another dragon word, but this one is super profane, so I'm just gonna have to blur that out in order to stay within TOS of YouTube. I dive deeper and run into the boss of the area. I pump him full of arrows and he drops the staff that I need and a mask that I'll use later. On my way out, I run into another Thalmor who, guess what, betrays me. I nuke him into the ground before he even gets a spell off, and I continue with my day. On my way back to the college, I run into someone recruiting for the Dawn Guard, but I won't be going there anytime soon. On the steps of the college, everyone from the school has been evacuated. I use the staff to break in and fight off some minions. I don the mask that I took from that boss earlier, which drastically boosts my mana recovery. But I've been playing a little too long, and I'll be leaving the episode off with a bit of a cliffhanger. But it won't be much of a cliffhanger for you, because episode 30 sees us go in and kill the man. I start with the race outside and head inside to find out that I need to do some troubleshooting. You see, this teacher guy is supposed to go up to the other guy and yell something at him, but he never does. I spent about 2 hours trying everything under the sun to get this quest to trigger. People online were saying things about how this happens if the gate outside was open or some shit, but that wasn't the problem. Some people said just to kill the Thalmor guy with console commands, but that didn't work for me either. Turns out what I had to do was select the teacher using the console commands, then disable him and enable him. Worked like a charm. As always, I'm pissed at how easy the solution was. Then the big bad boss fight ensues. To celebrate my victory, the Illuminati personally show up to congratulate me, and then they take my orb away. Anyway, now I'm the Archmage, and it's time for me to loot the last Archmage's room. I only do the first room for now, but we'll come back later for the rest. Then, as always, I go back to the museum to put everything up. And now that I'm Archmage, I've met one of the criteria for visiting Cyrodiil. I fast travel to the gate where the guard lets me through with no objection this time. Welcome everyone to Beyond Skyrim Bruma, a fantastic mod where we'll be spending a good amount of time. I head down the mountain to see an ogre fighting with a bear. A fight that I sure as shit would have lost money on if I was a betting man, because the bear took him down with ease, only to be obliterated by my dumbass. Further down, I find the Snowstone Rest, where I head in and start talking to the owner and patrons. I pick up a few quests, and Wanathan is having the time of his life. Outside, I explore more of the surrounding area while still heading in the direction of Bruma. I discover a couple caves, have a run-in with some cutters, and fight a werebear, which I didn't know that was a thing. That's super cool. Eventually, I made my way to Bruma. I spend the rest of the episode exploring the city, listening to people talk on the street, and searching for the blacksmith to deliver a letter from his brother that we met at the rest. I find the building, but I don't find him inside it, so I decide to leave the episode off there for the day. I start the episode back at the college, because I was told by a viewer that the room can be changed into 5 different states, and there was a lot more to loot. And loot I do, but that's boring for the most part, so I cut it out. Back in Bruma, I managed to find the blacksmith and deliver the letter. Then I speak to Gort, a man who's missing his bucko killin', and asked me to find it for him. Never in my life have I agreed to a quest faster with no questions asked. I love this man. Simple as that. The quest marker is all the way across the map, giving me the perfect excuse to explore the area. I paraglide around, getting some absolutely beautiful views. I discovered the quaint little town of Greenwood, an Iliad ruin, and a cave on my way. When I found the cave I was actually looking for, it was just filled with some wolves and bears that wouldn't shut the fuck up.
No? Okay. You keep screaming and yelling. I'm gonna look around for a bit. Looks like it used to be somebody's home. Will you shut the hell up?
Then, the cave within a cave. Things get chilly in this one. A bunch of ice wraiths, atronats, and even a named one. But he died like a bitch like the rest of them, so I don't really remember his name. Then, suddenly a fire atronath in an ice cave? Crazy! I pick up the Book of Killin, and it seems just as dumb as I was hoping. On my way out, I get absolutely jump scared by this fucking deer.
Oh shit! Fuck.
I also find this door that doesn't work and I have no idea what to do with. I'll probably Google it later if I remember. I get back to Bruna and find Gort drunk and having a gay ol' fun time. I give him his book and he suddenly sounds less drunk. Next episode, I test the limits of this mod. The plan? Head south as far as I possibly can. That's it. That's the plan. Off we go. Getting a beautiful shot of the city. It won't look like that for long. About halfway there, the ambient sounds just turn off.
Okay, I saw footsteps. The ambience is just gone. That's cool.
I managed to cross the river, which is where I expected to run into an invisible wall. But no wall came. Even when the world started to break. Even at the end of it all, nothing came.
Think I'll go home now.
Except I didn't go home. I went to the Iliad ruin we had discovered earlier, and man, I gotta say, it is so nostalgic seeing this tile set again. I played the absolute shit out of Oblivion, and I just think these ruins looked a lot better than Skyrim's boring-ass caves. But that's neither here nor there. This ruin is littered with cultists and loot, but nothing really stands out. So when I'm done looting, I head over to the other cave that we discovered at the same time. The cave had nothing really of note except for this bridge. This bridge that made me look like a fucking idiot for 20 minutes. I was too busy looting to see the chain on the wall and was looking all around for a way to lower the bridge. After I managed to do so, I find a deeper part of the cave that's filled with bandits. I find a book that asks me to change my religion, and it is concerning. Then I find a sentient rock. It asked me to go back to Skyrim and take it to a mountaintop. I needed to go back to the museum anyway, so I figured I'd do that while I was out there. We start the episode strong with yet another dragon fight, followed by this guy committing just straight up murder. I head across the river, but Wanathan seems to have some trouble following. It's okay though, I don't want him to see my own psychotic episode. I make it to Meridian's statue, and she just keeps bitching about one thing or another. Now, I probably shouldn't have said that because she shoots my ass into the stratosphere. Now she's demanding me to get an artifact back for her and kill some dude. Once inside the temple, I actually talk about how huge the file size is for this mod pack. I kill some dudes and do a light puzzle that doesn't confuse me for too long. After a good while, I finally find the guy, and he's surrounded by skelly boys. The ads don't take long to deal with, but I kept missing my shots due to some weird hitbox bullshit. Finally managed to kill him, and wouldn't you know it, he had a second phase. I'm out of mana, so I panic and hit the wrong button. Then hit the right button and stunlock him to death. The relic turns out to be a sword, and when I take it, I'm teleported back into the sky, where she gives it to me. It's a cool looking sword, but I don't plan on using it. I take a trip back to the museum and deal with yet another dragon fight. When I walk into the museum, I'm greeted with the sight of blood and not my stuff. I talk to the head of security, and he tells me that some of his mates from back in the day heard he was working up here and came just to fuck shit up. Don't you just hate it when your friends come to your workplace just to fuck around? Now, time for some swift justice. Well, okay, maybe not swift, because this episode's almost an hour long, but still justice. I fast travel to the nearest location and have some fights along the way. Once I get to the cave, I have quite a bit of trouble with the bandits there, but after dying several times, I finally end up on top. Deeper into the cave, I find a note saying that my princess was in another castle, and my buddy tells me the big boss is in town to handle this job himself. So we follow our lead and cut off the caravan before they can get to the border. Again, I die a couple times, but after I succeed, I get a majority of my stuff back. But I'm told that the big boss man has the real good goods, so we're off to confront him. Turns out I had already discovered his hidey hole, so it was easy to fast travel to. Once inside, I didn't have much trouble with the bandits here. Must have learned my lessons from the last few fights. We get to the boss arena, and my buddy guy friend pal here tries to talk him down. Now for the big plot twist. The big boss was his brother. Unfortunately, bro fails his charisma check, and we fight to the death. Obviously, I prevail, and I gather the last of my stuff. I head back to the museum and try to talk to my partner, but he won't stop stuffing his fat fucking face to talk to me. But he drops everything to talk to the courier. Pissing me off. Eventually, I do get to talk to him, and he says that it'll take a bit of time to fully restore the museum. So I put everything away, and I take a nap in my bed in order to pass the time. I wake up, take a bath, and talk to the NPCs. Dude bro is hella sorry for everything, but I forgive him in full. Man, another solid quest for this mod. Didn't need it, but love that they have it. While walking around, I'm given a sick-ass katana that actually slaps. Episode 35 was the first time I started using AI-generated art for my thumbnails, and honestly, it was such a spike in viewership that I still do it even now. Plus, I think it looks cool as hell. I am no artist, nor do I have the money to hire one, so I just find an image that I like and spruce it up in Photoshop. Anyway, we're back in Bruma, and it's time to go explore some more. I find a cave full of bandits. Nothing of real note inside, just some now dead guys and a couple of safes. So I exit the cave and start to paraglide down the mountain, just enjoying the view. But little did I know, I landed right next to a bunch of necromancers performing a ritual. It scared the hell out of me, but I managed to take them all out on the first try. I continue exploring and find more bandits, but in a camp this time. I take them all out, not on my first try. Then I decide to do looting in between episodes so I can go back and put it all away because it's boring. In the chest, I found an amulet that triggered a quest to return it to its owner. Problem was, the owner was literally on the other side of the map. I wanted to forego fast traveling in order to discover more points of interest, and boy am I glad I did.
What the fuck was that? I did see that. Okay.
After that, I couldn't really find any other landmarks, so I ended up fast traveling to the furthest point I could. I travel east and...
Is that a duck? What the hell is that? Is that rabbit just running on water? Hello, duck.
This mod is literally being coded as I'm playing it. I discover a few places and get into a couple of fights. My ADHD kicks in and I stop to admire the graphics. For some reason, I have to go out of bounds to get to the road that leads back in bounds to the camp in the mountains. Turns out it's a group of Talos worshippers hiding from the Thalmor. I finish turning in the quest and talk to everyone. Then I explore a little more, thinking I had to be pretty close to the map border. I find a couple of places and I turned out to be right. I hit the map edge. I return to Bruma to end the episode, but instead it is chaos. People are running and screaming, my battle buffs activate. I have no idea what's going on. Turns out a werewolf changed in the middle of town and came out swinging. I accidentally kill a guard here, but I don't get in trouble for it. With the werewolf dead and the people unfazed, I end the episode there. "37 is an episode I spent quite a lot of time talking to NPCs. I start with the Thalmor, but nothing comes of it. Then I head inside to the castle and get stopped by the guard captain. He informs me that the Count's had his priceless heirlooms stolen, so a quest is triggered to return them. The quest doesn't give me a map marker, so I just continue to talk to everyone. I run out of people to talk to in the castle, so I head to the local criminal-filled bar. I talk to an orc who has nothing to do with my current quest, but gives me a quest of his own to help find his missing wife. We'll be doing that later, though. The bartender, on the other hand, seemed like a hard cookie to crack. He won't tell me anything about his customers, so I get a prompt to find a way to pressure him into doing so. I head out and over to the guard captain again. He gave me a piece of paper and sends me on my way to deliver it. The bartender, after reading the letter, says nonchalantly that there were some bandits in a cave and marks it on my map. I kill all the bandits, but my treasure appears to be in another castle again because I find a note saying so. I head back to town and the thief who stole the artifact for the bandits is hiding in some random dude's house. Me and the boss man go in and the dude is already beat to hell. Turns out they betrayed him. The captain says the gang should split up and tasks me with going into the trapdoor and retrieving the artifact. While down in the trapdoor, I fight a dude and find the artifact in a pouch sitting on a table. On my way out, I do a bit of a bad boy thing and I steal everything of worth. Back at the castle, I watch the thief get turned in, and both the count and the guard captain give me their thanks with a pretty hefty amount of gold. In the start of episode 38, I finally figure out how the local map works. Never even thought of using it in a town to see the names of the buildings around. Now I'm going to use it to look around, and the first stop is the Fighters Guild. Slowly, I became more and more disappointed as I explored. I exhausted all the dialogue trees, explored every room, and I couldn't even join the damn guild. So I gave up. And as soon as I walk outside, I run into the leader of the guild. We talk, and I think I'm finally getting somewhere when she says they're not looking for new members. But I could put up these posters around town for a small bit of coin. This whole ordeal was unfruitful and sad, so I go somewhere else to explore. As I do, I run into this guy who just absolutely clips his mic screaming.
Ah!
What the fuck was that?
There was a wolf attack outside, but nothing important. I end up putting up all the posters anyway just to get the quest off my journal, and yeah, turns out that was the whole quest line. Which sucks, but I mean, this mod is already so incredible. I'm just looking at gift horse in the mouth. Also, sidebar, I looked up the origin of that phrase because of this, and apparently it stems from the fact that you can determine how old a horse is by looking at its teeth. and that it was considered rude to do so in front of the person that gifted you the horse, because it was if you were immediately trying to determine the value of the gift. Just thought it was interesting. Anyway, back to the video. The next building I enter because I like its symbols, but little did I know what would happen next.
I don't know. What is this building? I like its symbols.
Who dares disturb my rest?
Excuse the fuck out of me. What is happening? Am I dead? Oh, shit, I'm not dead. Holy fucking Christ.
That clip I edited up for TikTok, and it is by far my highest viewed video. It almost has 1 million views, so please go watch it again there so that I can pass that milestone. A crazy fight ensues, and one of the dude turns out to be important, so I can't kill him. After a while, everything goes quiet, so I think it's over. Then, Wanathan gets back up and immediately starts fighting again. I even tried to talk to one of the guys, but Wanathan was just not having it today and attacked him again.
Wanathan, drop it. Leave it alone. Okay. What do you think about the College of Whispers?
What was that?
Oh my god, Wanathan, you fucking stupid son of a bitch.
Even though I super didn't want to have to do it, I had to protect my boy from himself. I put him back in his Pokeball. I talked to the other people without interruption this time, and nothing really came of it. Plus, I was so shook from the whole experience, I just wanted out of that damn place. I leave the building and am caught by a guard saying I have a bounty of $2 grand. I pay the 2K gold, and unfortunately, I have all my stolen goods taken from me. A lot of this shit I forgot I had on me, so it's not a huge loss. I continue around town and find this little butcher shop. Downstairs in the butcher shop is this old retired hunter. I talk to him and he regales me of a tale of hunting a massive grizzly bear.
Found me on the slopes of Dive Rock, galloping from a copse of trees, faster than an avalanche. Its roar louder than thunder. I didn't have time to put an arrow into his heart. I dropped my bow, pulled out my axe, and danced with the beast on that mountain. Fortunately, such a creature is not well suited for hunting on the steep crags of the Geralds. After a little tussle, I sent the beast tumbling off the cliff to its death. Took me nearly a week to find, clean, and haul the carcass back to Bruma. Now it sits above the fire. A proper trophy.
I'm guessing in your house, right?
After that fun time, I find my way back to the shady bar in town to pick up another quest. He says there's some uppity bitch trying to shut the bar down, but that's for another episode. I leave and go to the other bar in town, a more high-class establishment. Well, I say that, then I see this fucker.
What's going on here? Who made that noise? Catch them! Get this one!
Anyway, I talk to the guy giving the bar trouble and can't seem to get him to back off. We'll figure it out later, though. I go back to the castle and talk to some people that apparently was progressing a different quest. They also tell me that the captain is looking for me. The captain wants me to talk to some Talos worshippers and get them to calm down. But again, that'll be for another episode. Episode 39, one of the few episodes I actually had a plan for. First thing to do is talk to this gaggle of people just hanging right outside the door of the bar. One of them tells me to steal this guy's journal, and she'll tell me where it is if I put a love note in there for him. I consider myself a bit of a matchmaker, so I agree. The quest is called Ugly Love after all. I head to the castle and talk to probably the most helpful NPC I've ever seen. He actually helps with my investigation by going and looking at the records. He tells me what I want to know, but he also says he remembers some other guy doing the same thing, but it was off the record, making that guy more of a suspect. I search his quarters, grab the journal, and leave the note. I can't seem to talk about it to him, though. So I say fuck it and go tell the orc that this guy did it. He took your wife. I expected him to fly off the handle and kill him, but I vastly underestimated him because he calmly asked me to find more evidence at his house in order to fully connect them to the crime. And boy, do I feel dumb. Wait, was I just being fantasy racist? Probably. Anyway, I break into his house and kill his guard. I find a letter incriminating him and bring it back to the orc. Now he's proper pissed. The letter implies that his wife is alive. So we go and kick his door down. We search the house frantically, and the game makes me feel like a total idiot.
Can I... Impossible to open. What do we do? Destroy the barrel.
Now let's march down here and find my wife.
We find the two in the basement, and what happens next will shock you.
Quiet now, Samant. Just relax.
Relax, motherfucker.
Here with my wife. My wife, you deviant backstabbing.
She's mine, dumbrag.
No.
Eyes can't save you now, you ignorant son of a...
I love him.
The tool, you faithless wretch. How dare you? How dare you?
Oh my god, it's a novella.
Corrupt, spineless.
Doomrug,
Jonathan, come here. You gotta watch these stories.
Me. She no longer loves you. You must come to terms with that orc. Now, leave our home and never bother me or her ever again.
Well, he's just gonna get with Jonathan, apparently.
Comes as a shock. What do I do? What do I do?
Oh shit, audience interaction. Okay. Leave them be, try to forget they never existed, and rebuild your life. Dude, you want a job at a museum?
Ah, thank God. Right. This was bad business all around. No good can come from stooping to this level anymore. I'm leaving this den of iniquity. Perhaps we'll meet again, perhaps we won't. Thanks for the help. Here, take this. Some gold from my old merc jobs.
Oh, damn, dude. $12.50?
Anyway, I fast travel to the next quest. Back to the little camp with Talos worshippers. I don't know how I fucked up this dialogue tree so hard. I came here to tell them to calm down, and I ended up giving them the courage they needed to stand up for what they believe in. The guard captain comes over to tell me what a good job I've done, then I fuck off to the other side of the map to turn in my last quest. Episode 40, I finally get my shit together and look up how to continue the quest to help the bar. Turns out you have to say that you'll help him, but don't really help him. We do a bit of fibbing, and he gives us a memory gem that contains some evidence of why the place should be shut down. We head into the palace to find the captain, and right as I was about to touch the handle, he springs out and scares the shit out of me. I clearly caught him in the middle of beating the shit out of this poor woman guard, but he buys my silence by offering me a pint down at the pub. Before that, I give him the gem, and he insists we listen to it as well. What can only be described as one of the most embarrassing sex tapes I've ever heard plays.
What's that snot-brained Altmer doing here? This is no place for one of them.
You don't think he's Thalmor, do you?
No, doesn't seem the sort. But he's still not the right type for our little den. Might bring the wrong kind of attention.
So what do we do? Stabbing him would be excessive, so...
I know. Why don't we treat him to a little show of our favorite lusty Argonian maid?
Oh my god.
Perfect. Let's go fetch her. Here, take this coin. I'd like to buy a little show for my Altmer friend over there.
Sure thing.
Oh, one other thing. He wanted you to roleplay as Lifsertail, you know, from...
Oh my god.
Altmer. Always the same fantasy. Sure thing. Hey, darling. I heard you wanted a date with Lifsertail.
What is the meaning of this? Lifts her tail? What a ridiculous name for an even more ridiculous... Oh my! Zarxus's breath! What in oblivion are you doing? I demand that you put that back on! Ariel, give me strength! Cease and desist! I demand that you cease and desist at once, you cretinous lizard woman! Stop jiggling about! I can't take this anymore. I think I'm going to faint. I think... Oh. Ha, it worked. Otis, you really are a genius.
I know. Sop didn't even know what hit him.
Ha! They
My
made him special in Alinor, don't they?
And when it finishes, the guard captain deems that nothing illegal happens, so there's nothing he can do about it. I go back to the elf and give him the bad news that his premature ejaculation wasn't sufficient evidence for a legal case. So he fucks off back to wherever and I get paid. Now it's time to meet my buddy down at the bar for that drink he promised me earlier for no reason at all. He gets a little lost in the sauce and starts spilling about some shit from his past. It ends up with him asking me to take down a bandit leader, which I'm always down for. Apparently they're holed up in an underground fort that is directly south of the city. I head straight there and I find out these guys ain't fucking around. First dude I fight right outside the cave is tanky as hell, so it's gonna be a big fight. And a big fight ensues. Many arrows, fireballs, and funny moments were had. Then I died and had to do it all over again.
Alright, I'm going for it. I'ma get ya! I'ma get ya! As soon as this wears off, you're dead. Alright, where you go? Stupid asshole. I'll take on this whole camp by myself.
What was that?
What's up, bitch? Aww.
This time I was more careful and ended up winning, but there was a ton of loot. I picked up every little bullshit thing in this fortress because I have a problem. I find their jail area and decide to rummage through there next. More fighting, more dying, more fighting, more victory, more looting. Unfortunately, somewhere in this water-filled room is a Nern root that won't shut the fuck up. I find it, but after that little annoyance, I am so fucking done with this room, so I head back to go deeper into the fort. Turns out I had to go that way first anyway, since I found the key for the main door. In the next room, there is a ton of people to fight, and it gets super chaotic. My only saving grace was my boy Jonathan being an absolute tank. I loot a bunch and find a key to the next room. Then I do the smartest thing I've done in a good while. I save my game before opening this fucking door, followed by the dumbest thing I've done in a while. I try to recharge my sword and...
Okay, real quick, let me charge my... Did I just drop it? Fuck. Damn it! I'm like, hold on, guys, let me drop my sword so you can fucking kill me easier. God damn it.
I die a few more times and finally win. Thinking I'm safe, I start collecting my goodies. Then, Mama Bear comes home. Luckily, I managed to paralyze her on my second attempt and end her for good. I start to loot all that good, but realize that I have very little room left in my inventory from all the other shit I've been picking up. I pop some carry weight potions and start heading back to put shit up. Then, on my way back...
Alright.
I knew I heard
Oh,
something.
son of a bitch. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm dead. I just ran right into him.
Surprise! More combat! At this point, I'm sick of it. I won. I go back to the captain and he says he has a reward for me. And he fucking better after all the shit I just went through. He had me follow him to the count where they gave me the opportunity to buy a house, which isn't much of a reward, and a bit of gold and a title. They kind of pissed me off for what they do to Jonathan.
Nobody's gonna thank Jonathan for his deeds? Okay.
As we're exiting the castle, the Thalmor stop the guard captain to have a little word. Those sons of bitches take him to prison for helping those Talos worshippers earlier, and that's just the end of the quest line? God damn it, that is the most cliffhanger of a quest ending, and I want to go break his ass out of prison right now. But I get over that pretty quickly and end the episode. Episode 41, I fucked up on so hard. I typically do multiple mic checks before I start recording, but not the one time it actually fucks up. My mic makes a clicking noise the entire episode, and I hate it. Regardless, I start by fixing another mistake by actually going back to the boss room of that last episode in order to finish looting. Nothing of note, so we move on. Back to Skyrim now that we're done with the main quest of the area. There's still plenty to explore, so we'll be back later, but for now we're going to be tying up some loose ends. Once there, I get interrupted by this sick fight scene. Obviously the bear wins and I kill the winner. Anyway, I fast traveled to that one cave we couldn't beat earlier with the 3-stage boss fight, but we're back to kick some ass, hopefully, maybe. And I do indeed kick ass. It gets close a couple of times, but finishing the fight gives me probably one of the best amulets in the game. If I didn't have my dear friend and companion Wanathan here, I'd definitely be rocking this thing. Giving you stat upgrades and resurrecting to full health every 20 minutes is actually crazy. The next little while I spend roaming the countryside, heading to the next objective, which was a tool bag. I find the cave and have a couple of scraps here and there, eventually ending up with the tool bag. Now, maybe I'm just stupid, but I don't really get the purpose of it. Scratch that, I am stupid and I never use it. Next item on the list is some rock. Luckily, I've already cleared out the place that it's in, so it should be a walk in the park. It couldn't possibly turn into a 2-hour episode. Then, I see it. The maze. This fucking maze, dude. It actually wasn't that bad. It was actually pretty straightforward and used very little of my bio RAM. The only part where I had to think were these parts where they wanted you to use a spell from a certain school of magic to trigger these switches that unlock doors. Which isn't exactly hard when they give you a staff from each school to use right at the start. I make it through the maze, grabbing the stone I came for, which allows me to fully refill my magic at the cost of soul gems. I learn the F-bomb and head back into the winding path and flip some more switches. With all of them activated, a portal opens up saying the Trial of Conjuration. Upon entering, I'm immediately attacked by some guy. I beat his ass so hard, even the game wants me to stop. After that, I'm teleported back to the beginning. A couple of monsters are summoned in front of the exit, but I get through them easy enough. Our next objective is a torch that we tried to get earlier, but we're way too underleveled for. I go to the cave and kill everything that moves. I find the torch on a dead body. I don't check it out because I'm too busy worrying about my full backpack. In fact, I forget about it entirely as I plan my next objective. The stone hands that I tried to get earlier but failed. This time will be different though. This time I'm still gonna fail, but now I'm gonna flee like a coward. I run in, grab everything I can, learn the word of power, and fuck right off down the mountain using my paraglider. I run into the forest to try to lose the dragon, but stumble upon a little inn in the middle of nowhere. I get inside and I wait out the aggro. I even rent a room to take a nap. Now that I'm safe and sound, I check on my loot. The torch just seems to be an infinite torch, but not all that special. The stone hands make my speechcraft better for some reason, but I don't see the importance. Next on the list is a journal that's on my airship. It took me an embarrassing long amount of time to find out I could just roll up the rug and enter the smuggling's hold where the book is. The journal activates a quest that we will be starting in the next episode. The quest wasn't all that exciting. I go to the quest marker and I dig for 12 hours and find a room. The room was just filled with some robot spiders and odds and ends. Next objective was to get the codex. I waited till I had more fast travel points unlocked to do this quest to make it easier for myself, and boy did it pay off, as both points had locations nearby. I find them both relatively quick, even though my game crashed while I was fighting. I head back to the Silent Mood camps just to be ambushed once again. This time, however, I do not ask for help. Instead, I slaughter the men in front of me, proving my worth and showing them how far I've come.
My masters. There they are, in the dark. You see how powerful I've become, masters. This is all for you, master.
I push my way through the camp one last time, finding the codex. It gives a ton of bonuses for a bunch of different mods, basically helping me locate things or finding things. Pretty neat, and I'm a level with you. I didn't understand how it worked until I started writing this script. I'm such a dumbass. Speaking of being a dumbass, I couldn't decide what to do next, so I decided to smooth out my brain by marking every fucking quest in my journal. Not only does this clutter the map beyond belief, it also glitches the markers so they're not accurate. My dumbass didn't find out about this until later though. I will start my journal cleaning in my home of solitude. Luckily, I find a quest guy as soon as I get there. Unfortunately, I also find a damn dragon. For the first time, they actually give up and fuck off. I shrug it off and go back to following quest markers. I enter the Blue Palace, talk to a gal, and enter the off-limits wing of the palace. It leads to me blacking out and waking up to the girl of my dreams. I love Sheogorath, and I totally forgot about this quest. And it shows when I forget how to do some of the basic tasks presented to me. After completing my tasks, I take my leave and gain the Wabbajack. I leave the palace and flex my smooth brain once again by trying to use the Wabbajack on a dragon. I do manage to kill the dragon, and by that I mean I waited patiently and edited it out later. I managed to squeeze one more quest in before ending the video. Continuing with the spring cleaning of my journal, I head to the guard captain and have a word to advance a quest, followed by me going to the temple next door and finding a chest that I have no means nor idea of how to open it. I then head into town to go tell this woman the good news that she gets to bury her daughter. I talk to some more NPCs about some bullshit quests, and then run into the problem of having this many quest markers. They don't update, nor are they accurate. The markers keep telling me that I can report the lizard man to the guard captain, but it won't let me do so. So I just say fuck the whole quest and just don't do it. The next closest marker is the bird's eye. So I follow the coast, and it turns out that you can't follow the coast because it's up on top of a mountain. I fast travel somewhere else and get there pretty easily. When I get there, it's nothing but a tower filled with dead bodies and alchemy ingredients. I get to the top of the tower, and the quest wants me to sit in a tiny chair for some reason. And the reason is that some woman can sneak up on me and threaten me. Then she just immediately pivots to begging for her life. Turns out she was one of the necromancers here and was trying to get turned into some harpy thing for great power. I take pity on her and I ask if I can help out. I don't see a marker because they're broken, but I do see a marker for a delivery that I can make right before the episode ends. Another fucked up episode for the books, boys. More mic clicking in this one, and this time I downloaded a program to permanently fix the issue. Speaking of awful mistakes, I start this episode off by going into the wrong cave. Turns out that there was a cave higher up into the mountains that was the true entrance. I walk into the true cave and kill a troll. That's it, that's the quest. And I'm not gonna lie. After I take my leave, I go to the Dragon Bridge to pick up a shipment for the guard captain in Solitude. And the first true problem of having too many quest markers shows itself. The marker is way off and led my dumbass up a mountain. I get frustrated and head back to the bridge just to see if I can find the guy. I find the guy, but he refuses to talk with me no matter how many times I ask. Once again frustrated, I go find something else to do. Back on the coastline is a marker to find some ring, so off we go. I find the ring out in the open next to a dead guy. Looking for more easy quests like that one, I find one at the college that just says to talk to some guy. It turned out to be the guy who traded an amulet but wants it back, so now I have to go talk to the bully. He says he'll give me the amulet back if you take back a staff he gave to an evil wizard. Unfortunately, progression on this quest was lost to the sea of quest markers. My meds must not be kicking in because I once again jump over to the other side of the map for a completely different quest. I just can't stay in one place. I go back to the inn in the middle of nowhere that I used to escape from the dragon. I talk to some NPCs and waste a lot of time before not finding the thing I'm looking for and just giving up. Off to the next one. Now we need to find some guy's journal in the same place that we found that useless quill earlier. I get into a big fight and leave the book for the next episode. I start the episode with more fighting and find the book pretty close to the entrance. Also, between episodes, I looked up the lighthouse quest and found out that he betrays you anyway, so I get the result I wanted. I also find out that you can hit M in the quest journal to show the marker on the map. The fact that I am just now learning this makes me so sad. But now we know that we can easily find where the evil wizard is. I make my way to the marker and find a cave. I go in and pretty much slaughter them all with little resistance. Apparently there was a vampire here who had a bounty on him, so just a little bonus to finding the staff. I head back to the college and end up talking to the wrong guy, but I still get to turn in a quest anyway. I also got access to the college's secret library. I edited most of it out, but I read all the books in there. Once again, my markers are fucked, so I can't find the guy to give him the staff. So I move on to the lighthouse quest. I turn off the light in the lighthouse and go back to Solitude thinking that's where I gotta talk to the Argonian, but it's not. While I'm here, I collect some bounties and then go to the docks to talk to him. All he says is to go to the shipwreck to meet his sister. I meet with her and she tries to kill me. I have that effect on women. This actually takes me a couple of times, but I manage to kill them all. I read a note on their body that tells me where they took the loot, and luckily it's a place I've already cleared out. I go to this huge cave and fight 2 guys, one of them being the Argonian we spoke to. With that quest done, I actually form a wrinkle in this little brain of mine and unmark all the quests in my journal. It finally fixes the problem, so I go back to the college to find the guy for the staff. He trades me the amulet and I give it back to the original owner. We start episode 47 with the Birds of a Feather quest, the one where the lady wants to turn into a harpy or whatever. It doesn't take long to get to this quaint little home in the middle of nowhere. I start a conversation with the dad and...
Hello, sir. Sirs.
I actually managed to kill both of them on my first try. I talk to the man again and he invites me to stay the night with his family, which I thought was very nice of them. It wasn't until he started talking about how nice my earlobes were and wondering how big my toes are that I started to get a little creeped out. I step inside and meet his wife. She talks about how much she likes my nose, and I'm starting to get a little bit of a cannibal vibe here. I have the option to poison the soup, and I take it. At the table, they talk about some weird superstitions they have, and I am just so weirded out by them. Then the wife asks me the dumbest question ever.
So is it true what they say? Have the dragons returned?
Were you not outside 2 seconds ago?
Then the girl ruins my plans by showing me her bug collection. It stops them before they eat, but we do eventually get back to dinner. Except the girl? She leaves the house for some reason. The mom and dad sit down to eat and die just how I wanted. I take what I need and head outside. To my surprise, the girl also triggered to die. I try to frame the dragon by putting the little girl's body next to it, but the body despawned, so I just throw her in a bush. I head back to the necromancer woman and she tells me to put some ingredients into the cauldron. Instructions unclear, get caught in ceiling fan. Yeah, I fucked it up hard. I give her a proper burial and move on. On to Dawnstar, where I can turn in some bounties on some vampires. But wouldn't you know it? They were dead when I got here, I swear. I find a piece of paper on one of the bodies and it triggers a new quest. It leads me to town, where I go into the inn and find out that the whole town is having terrible nightmares. This man asked me for help, but before that, I read another piece of paper that tells me to search some ruins. I decide to go to the ruins first. I find yet another dead guy and a journal telling me that there's a secret cult hiding in Dawnstar. I'm now tasked with following the suspects to figure out who did kill the man. Episode 49. Yes, episode 49. You did not hallucinate and I did not fuck up. 13.5 is now canon. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Between episodes, I get a tad sidetracked with Final Fantasy 16.
Final Fantasy 16 has my balls in a vice. Somebody help. Please help me. And it's fun as hell.
But I came back to just do one more episode and disappear again. Back at Dawnstar, I try not to blow my brains out walking with this dude. He tells me about the temple being filled with some sort of sleepy-eepy gas, but we go in regardless. He heats up the door to let us through, which was pretty rad, and then shows me the Skull of Corruption, which is even radder. We head further into the temple, but we run into a magical barrier that is impossible to get past. He then says there might be a way in the library. So off we go, fighting some dudes along the way. When everything settles, he tells me to find a certain book out of all these books. I grab the book and every other burned and ruined book along the way. The book tells him about a potion that uses people's dreams to travel real-world distances, which, again, super rad. The potion needs a special ingredient that's in the next room. I find it almost immediately after the fight there and give it to the dude. He makes the potion and gives it to me to drink. I drink it in front of the barrier and I'm sent back in time to when all this shit went down. I run back to the other side of the barrier and I am sent back to the present. I take the crystal that was powering the barrier and we make our way towards the skull. After a few fights and looting some more stuff, we make it to the skull. His two buddies aren't very nice to us, so they die, of course. Then he starts the ritual. A voice speaks in my head telling me he's going to betray me and free the skull, but I trust the man enough to let him do his thing. He comes through, destroying the skull and saving the day. Next on the agenda is tailing one of the 3 suspects that could be in the cult. In between episodes, I actually looked up who it was because I would have gone so mad just trying to follow each and every one of them. I head to the mines where one of the suspects uses a secret door leading to a secret cult having a secret meeting. After I find them, I'm tasked with destroying them. After looting them, that was it. That was the end of the quest. And the final episode in this. That's it. That's the video. You're now all caught up. Everything from the humble penis with a bump on his head to the absolute unit erected before you now as a god. A god who admittedly dies quite a bit. Thank you to anyone who watched this. It took me forever to do, and it was quite challenging for me. Please validate my hard work with a like, subscribe, all that shiz. If this does well, God, I hope it does well. I'll be doing more of these edited videos of my other playthroughs. If you don't want to wait for those, you can always watch the videos as they come out. I got playlists of everything mentioned here, as well as every other video I make. It's prime second screen content, I assure you. Again, thank you for watching, and please look forward to more adventures of Tardy Penis and Wanathan. I'll see you in the next one. For the past 100 episodes, which took me 80 hours, 10 minutes, and 8 seconds, yes, that is the full length of the LP, I've been fumbling my way around Skyrim, accidentally becoming an absolute legend in the process. Our boy Tardy Penis has seen it all, from the wise halls of the College of Winterhold to the icky, stinky, poo-poo covered sewers of Riften, from the gorgeous vistas of Cyrodiil to an actual literal hell. All possible thanks to the incredible Elysium Remastered Modlist. This is a pack of over 1,700 mods that have been meticulously picked and tweaked for an amazing experience. Show the team some love. I'll be putting links to their GitHub and their Discord in the righty bits. A personal thank you and a big kiss from me too. Mwah! I wouldn't really have an audience if it wasn't for this playthrough, so I am forever thankful. As far as this video is concerned, this is the second recap episode I've done for the playthrough. The first one covers the first 50 episodes, and this one is going over the incredible milestone of episodes 51 to 100. Now let's get going. Coming back with episode 51, our goal is to join the Dawn Guard. I have the silly misconception of thinking that the Dawn Guard would be stationed in Dawn Star, to which the comment section promptly corrected me, saying that they have nothing to do with each other despite having Dawn in the name. Oh, comment section, what would I do without you? Nah, y'all have been a really big help, actually. Anyway, we head to Riften for the first time, and leave immediately. We'll be back to sightsee later, but right now, we got a quest marker to follow. Is it in a cave or something? Nope. I feel like I've been tricked. So, yeah, the quest marker was a bit brokey and bamboozled me. So I head to the nearest location on my map, and sure enough, that was it. We make it to Fort Dawnguard and are inducted pretty immediately. Our first task with the Dawnguard is to find a vampire artifact deep within Dim Hollow Crypt. Inside Dim Hollow, we proceed to do our job and
Slay! Yes, queen! Slay! Slay! Slay your enemies! Ruler of one of the realms of men! Smite down those that oppose you!
Speaking of queens, we find the artifact that the vampires were searching for.
Oh. Hello? Is that an Elder Scroll on your back?
And indeed it was, but she refuses to tell us any more details about it. All she tells us is that her name is Serana and that she wants to be escorted home. Even though I'm here to specifically kill vampires, I just can't seem to bring myself to harm her. I don't know why. With my new wife now following my every move, we set off to get her home before curfew. But not before defeating the boss of the area and completing Dim Hollow Crypt, earning us a new dragon slur. Though I don't know which group of people this one is directed towards, and the Wikipedia page on every racial slur isn't helping. So I guess we're just gonna have to use it and find out who gets mad. We fast travel to the closest place to her house, and I end the episode. Episode 52 starts with us escorting this absolute babe home. Turns out she lives in Castle Wolfenstein and her dad is literal Hitler. He offers us the powers of a vampire lord, but we refuse. It's super cool and I would have loved to do it, but that would require us to only play at night. And with YouTube's video compression, that would have just made for a horrible viewing experience. Having refused, he banishes us and we head back to the Dawn Guard to make our report. I give him the bad news and he gives us our new orders. He wants us to assemble a crew, Ocean's 11 style. I fast travel as close as I can and meet Gerard. Now, Gerard turned out to be quite an interesting guy. He tells us his life story and how he had 3 wives and now they're all trying to kill him. Very cool, Gerard. Anyway, we travel towards our destination only to get ambushed by a dragon. Kill it pretty easily, then talk to the person we're here to talk to. She says she lost her satchel to some mud crabs and that we have to retrieve it before she'll come with us. While searching, I find this Pokemon using Flash. We find the satchel and give it back to her. She says she'll meet us at the fort and we fast travel away to the next guy. We find him crouched in the middle of these stairs for some reason and ask for his help. Of course, he says he'll help us if we help him. But all he asks for is help killing a bear. I one-shot the bear in question, and he says he couldn't have done it without me. Which only makes me question how exactly he's gonna help us fight vampires when he couldn't even handle a bear. With the crew assembled, we head back to the fort. Big Boss Man gives a little speech, then tells me to follow him. Unfortunately, he gets stuck on the stairs and I have to do a little movie magic. With his feet fixed, we head over to the prison cells where Serana tells me why she was locked away with an Elder Scroll TM. Turns out her father is a no-good, very bad man and wants to control the sun. With that bad news out of the way, we're off to find a moth priest in order to read the Elder Scroll TM. We have to ask around to find him, but that's for next episode. Before I could even get a single fucking word out, Dragon dead, we head to the college to ask about the Moth Priest. We talk to the librarian and he has the exact info that we needed. He tells us we need to go to Dragon's Bridge on the other side of the map, and we do just that. We then talk to a child who is actually useful for once and tells us he just left. Heading south, we actually find the guards sleeping with the enemy and a note stating that they took the old man to a local rave cave. But the raves don't happen until Saturday, the morons. Upon arrival, it looks like they actually get started early, but we've just been deputized by the party police and we're here to shut this shit down. I save the prisoner and he dare raise his hand against me? The heir to the penis fortune? He apologizes and we tell him that we actually need him to read us a bedtime story that just so happens to be printed on an Elder Scroll TM. We head back to Daddy Dawnguard with the priest. He starts to read, and I give a little help.
If everyone will please be quiet, I must concentrate.
Apparently that's not the full picture either, because Serana tells us that we actually need to find 2 more Elder Scrolls. In order to do so, we need to find her mother. We deduce that her mother could only be in one place: Castle Wolfenstein's magic courtyard. So we go in through the side, fighting our way to the courtyard. In the middle of the yard is this huge sundial surrounded by phases of the moon. I thought it was going to be a puzzle, but it wasn't much of one. You just have to find the missing pieces and mash E till they fit. Some stairs open up and we fight our way further into the castle's underbelly, fighting some skelly men and gargoyles with some friendly fire along the way. We make it to her mother's workshop. We find her old journal, which contains a spell to travel to the Soul Cairn. We gather up the ingredients and open the portal. Unfortunately, the portal is trying to suck the soul out of me. The only 2 options are to become a vampire or trap my soul in a gem, and I don't want to be a vampire. She does her thing and we go in. But before we go any further, I end the episode there. Today's mission is to explore the Soul Cairn, a job that doesn't feel too hard. The plan is to go around the right side and circle back once we hit the wall. Got it? Break. There's not anything too interesting until we get to this ghost talking about how nice and good his horse is. We'll complete that later, but for now, we finish up discovering everything and head to the other side of the wall where we meet a ghost merchant. He doesn't deal in gold anymore, so now we have to collect 25 soul husks. While gathering husks, nothing of interest happens. Oh, well, I guess you can count this guy who beat my ass red and I hadn't saved the entire time, so I had to start the whole video over. So that was fun. Redo the entire video and kick his ass out of hell. He didn't seem to be protecting anything, so I fast travel back to the merchant to see what he has. Turns out he's just a loot box, trading 25 soul husks for a random item. We continue on, finding another big boy that I kill first try. Then we find that horse that Ghost was talking about earlier, but I can't interact with it in any way. We run into another ghost named Jib, and I get to break some fun news. But I've had my fill of exploring, so I head to the quest marker. We find another vampire mommy GF, emphasis on the mommy. Of course she doesn't approve of us dating because I'm vampire hunter. She takes some convincing, but eventually gets on board with us stopping her ex. She says we have to get past the force field, and in order to do so, we have to kill 3 big boys. Luckily, it was the ones we've been killing, so 2 down, 1 to go. We find him, get sniped, try again, and absolutely bully the man. Head back to Mama Bear, and in we go. Of course, on top of everything, there's a boss fight with a dragon. Only thing worth mentioning here is that the ads he summoned were actually more threatening than he was. Talk to my mother-in-law, and we mosey on over to pick up an Elder Scroll. But not so fast, I still have to retrieve my soul! A quick visit to the only place I didn't check on the map has me back in tip-top shape. Fast travel back to the entrance portal, and we're home free. Now to find the final Elder Scroll. We go back to the college and end the episode there. JK, because we actually start back at the Soul Cairn, where I was told to do the horse quest before I left. I fast travel back to the big arena, and guess who's back? It's the dragon. He tells me his sob story, and we get the ability to summon him back in Skyrim because he asked nicely. We head east to find the horse's skull, which we have to return to the ghost that gave us the quest. I assumed the ghost was going to be right where I left him, but turns out he teleported closer to the objective and was actually the ghost I had been staring at not moments ago. Stupid, dumbass, idiot, moron, motherfucker. He gives us a spell to summon the horse whenever, wherever. I test out said spell when I get back to the college and then say goodbye to my old horse.
Sorry, bud. Your services are no longer required. Have a good day. Clean out your desk. Go home. Fuck yourself.
I wake up the librarian during his iconic 7 p.m. nap and ask him about where to find the other Elder Scroll. I then have the pleasure of following him all the way to the library to get 2 little books that are incomprehensive to me. The librarian tells me where to find the guy that wrote them, and hopefully he can tell me more. Luckily, he just so happened to be directly north. We drop in on him, and he is talking just straight nonsense. But despite that, he actually gives us exactly what we need and tells us where to go, although the quest marker was acting as crazy as he was. With much difficulty, we find the cave and get inside. We go down deeper and deeper, dying plenty of times along the way. It even gets to the point where I start ignoring enemies, like that's not just gonna get me killed more. I eventually make it to the end where I have to kill a big robot, completing the area. Before I can use the sphere to go even deeper, I run into these two dinguses who I truly don't have the patience for. Then, we finally enter Blackreach, where I take in the sights as I sign off. We start our exploration of Blackreach with a field lab that tricks me into thinking I've hit a gold mine.
There's a bunch of little stuff. I'm not gonna... I'll pick up all the potions. Or wait, no, those are fake! They're not real! There's only 2 that are real. That's not fair.
Followed by me being an idiot.
Damn, there's Nernroot all over the place. What does this lever do? Why the fuck do I touch things without thinking?
I get annoyed with an excavation site that won't let me use it even after I kill all the enemies around me. I fight a few enemies, including another big boy, and eventually find the tower I need to go to. At the top of the tower, there's a puzzle that I definitely understood completely and didn't just brute force my way to the answer. With Elder Scroll in hand, we head back to the crazy old man. We give him back the cube, and he asks us for help again. Only this time he wants us to go around collecting all these different types of blood. Super weird, but I tell him, sure, and go to leave.
Look, Pim, I know it's our job to help this guy and everything, but I think this guy's a lost cause. He's obviously made up his mind. Why don't we just cut our losses and get out of here?
When I try to leave, I'm stopped by a wall of tentacles and eyes. Turns out it's the Daedric Prince from the Black Book asking me to be his little errand boy. I tell him to fuck off, and he lets me pass. For now, we head back to Fort Dawnguard to turn in the Elder Scroll. Unfortunately, the priest has gone blind from reading the last one, and can't read the new one. He tells us that we're gonna have to do the ritual ourselves to read them. We need to go to the Ancestor Glade and do some stuff with some trees and some moths and yada yada yada. We're able to fast travel straight to it, since we happened to discover it earlier when we were heading up the mountain for the paraglider. We get inside and prepare for the ritual. I grab this floating knife, get some tree bark, and attract some moths. Then I step into the God Ray and read the 3 Elder Scrolls. It then wants me to speak to Serana, but there's a bit of a problem. She seems to have been trapped outside of the room, and these dudes come out of nowhere to jump her ass. I straight up just have to wait until she's done killing them in order to talk to her through the bars like we're in prison. She just asked me how it went, and I told her that the scrolls told me that the bow is in Darkfall Cave, which is hilariously close to her father's castle. So off we go to another cave. A little ways in, and this bridge collapses under me, but Serana's summon seems unfazed.
Well, he's fine. He is unfazed. Holy shit. There's so many spiders.
We kill an ass ton of spiders and actually find a friendly face. Gelibor is one of the last snow elves and is protecting this shrine. He tells us he'll help us get the bow if we can kill his brother. Apparently he's been corrupted by the Falmer, and Gelibor can't leave the shrine to do it himself. In order to find him, we have to find 5 other shrines just like the pilgrims used to. But before any of that crap, I end the episode. Episode 57 starts with us setting off through the portal, into a twisting and winding cave that's crawling with Falmer. After quite a while, we find the second shrine. We dip our bucket and head through another portal, this time to the Forgotten Vale. We go into the valley and find it to be pretty linear. We do find a cave with nothing important inside, but I clear it out anyway. With a little travel, we find the next shrine and once again dip our bucket. Find the 4th shrine shortly after, and the 5th right after that. Things were looking to be pretty easy, and I just had to open my fat fucking mouth. This double dragon fight was the absolute worst fucking time I've had in this game so far. A hands down horrible experience. I would have rather been on a group call with all my exes, okay? Like, it made me reconsider what it meant to be a gamer. I was about to stop the playthrough right then and there. About to start streaming only Call of Duty to 0 viewers yelling, "Let's go!" at the top of my lungs every time I got a single kill. But I didn't do that, did I? No, I looked back on my knowledge and experience I've gained through the Soulsborne games and how I overcame those challenges. But I couldn't summon my friends to beat them for me, so I cheesed the shit out of them. I literally sat under the ice waiting for them to die. This took actual hours to get right, and I just opened up a book and started reading. Which, quick sidebar, I was reading Red Rising, and it is the best sci-fi book I've ever read. I didn't even read shit in high school when I was required to do so, but this shit slaps. And a special shout out to the BloodyBookmarker. His audiobooks really jump-started my love for the series. And unfortunately, at the time of this recording, he did have to take down his channel, I'm assuming for copyright reasons. But if you're out there, bud, I fucking love you, dude. And I wish you the best in all your endeavors. Anyway, back to my suffering, which was finally coming to an end. With both dragons dead, I make a big sigh of relief and go back to doing whatever it was I was doing. Finding the next shrine, that's right. With a bit of exploring, I find a path up the mountain that leads to a cave. A cave that has a very long, winding path leading to the top of the mountain where we find the last shrine. Dip our buckets in one last time, and I finally get to access the inner sanctum. With all my energy drained from that dragon fight, I end the episode there. Now that we have all the gamer girl bathwater we need, we pour it into a bowl and it opens up the door. Inside, we find a bunch of frozen monsters, which of course come to life and try to kill me. After going through the building, we finally confront that dude's brother. He just sits behind a force field talking shit while we kill all his ads. When they're all dead, he gets angry and blows the top off the whole damn place. We confront him and he tells us he made the prophecy, and Serana hits him with the "he said no pickles, dude." He uses his combo breaker and the fight starts. Of course, I die, but that doesn't stop me. I kick his dick in the dirt regardless. As soon as he's dead, the shrine in the middle rises up, and there's his brother. We tell him what happened, and he gives us the bow. We head out back to Skyrim, and we speak to Serana. She says it's time to kill her daddy. I get scared there for a second because I thought she was talking about me, but thankfully she was talking about her actual father. We head back to Dawnguard to get the troops ready. Bro gives a speech and gets everyone pumped and ready to die. The epic assault commences. With some oh-so-common friendly fire, we kill everyone on the bridge. Heading inside, and with more casualties, we find and confront Vampire Daddy. Now, I must have tried this boss fight for at least a good hour. I got absolutely bodied so hard, he had me calling him daddy. With or without that damn bow, I could not outdamage his healing. He had summons that would one-shot me, as well as himself, but I really had no answer to this man. Eventually, I reloaded to where I entered the castle and leave the boss fight for another day. Super pissed that I had to postpone this, but I just can't beat him. Episode 59, we take a step back looking for a quick and easy quest to cleanse our palate. I choose a simple quest in the bottom of my miscellaneous section. Little did I know the absolute can of worms I was about to open. The quest was deceptively simple. Find a helmet for some dude. Easy. Fast travel to the nearest place and start making my way around the mountain. I find an orc stronghold and they basically tell me to fuck off. While talking to them, I get ambushed by vampires that love to dodge roll. We find the Forgotten Ruins behind a waterfall and head in. There's a bunch of dwarven ruins and a woman just working away. She says her name is Cassia and that her brother got lost in the ruins and we need to bring him back. She actually sent me a letter back when I turned level 5, so he's been down there for quite a while. We start our journey with a leap of faith down this shaft. We are now trapped in the Forgotten City. If you haven't played the Forgotten City quest mod, it is 10 out of 10 good shit. In fact, it was so good that they made it its own standalone game, which I bought and plan on playing on the channel at some point. That being said, I am going to spoil it here, but I doubt I did everything there was to do. When we enter the city, we find a man who had a fun trip down the sewer slide, surrounded by a bunch of burnt corpses. We explore the place, eventually finding the Citadel. Upon entering, there's a creepy voice that starts speaking to us. It's spouting some nonsense about a lake house and that he's hidden the key. When we get to the top floor, we are attacked by the ghost who is whispering in our ear. Finding nothing really of note, we leave and head to the glowing purple lake house he was trying to keep me from. The door is indeed locked, and I continue to fumble around looking for what to do next. This is when I did a quick Google search and found out that this was a mod. Turns out that the guy had a sewer slide note that never spawned, but having read up on what it said, it doesn't help me anyway. Guy just says that there's no way out, and he's gonna take a ride on the sewer slide. Then we are supposed to go up and kill the ghost. The part that I missed was that on the balcony, there's a chest with the lake house key in it. As soon as I pick up the key, the balcony falls out from underneath me and bypasses my moon shoes, giving me a ton of falling damage. We heal up and head over to the lake house. As we enter, I notice a letter on the desk. The note says that someone committed a great atrocity and that I'm being sent back to the past to find out who it was. When I try to leave, the door turns into a portal and I get sucked in. We emerge from the lake house, now in the past. First person we meet is Golvar, and he gives us a little tour on our way to see the Jarl. Once we get to the Citadel, however, he's told to get back to work by Jormund, which is how you pronounce that, apparently, and he takes me the rest of the way. We get to the top and finally speak to the Jarl. Serana apparently has other plans because she causes a paradox in the most butt-clenching way.
It's all yours. Now tell me, what brings you to my city?
Oh, please don't push him off the fucking cliff, Serana. That'd be nice if you didn't do that. Holy shit. Actually, you sent me here from the future. Oh my god, bitch. You were making me scream inside. You sent me here from the future to save this city.
I sent you here. I'm not
Oh,
sure
please stop
what
moving
you
back.
mean.
Here's the letter you will write shortly after the city is destroyed.
Well, let's see. This is my handwriting. It seems whatever happened then is going to happen again.
I wonder if it has to do
something
with
to do
the
with
fucking
dwarves'
sun.
law.
Oh,
This is
no.
bad. This is very, very bad.
Yeah, I'd say so. The dwarves' law?
Yes. You see, that you must work out who is going to break the dwarves' law. Once you have a name, come back and tell me immediately. As Jarl, I authorize you to go anywhere.
Uh-oh. What the fuck just happened? What? What do you mean? What? What do you mean? I don't know what happened. Toronto, what the fuck happened? Okay.
I reload the game, and Serana decides to give me another scare.
Asks you to leave. You should do so immediately.
Okay, so No! Serana, I swear to fucking God, if you do this again, I'm gonna push you off.
After talking to the Jarl, we have full permission to sneak around and investigate. But before diving in, I end the episode. Time to get to know the townspeople. We start off with Sato, who turns out to be deaf, so I can't question him about anything. Super useful and great start. Next, we meet Gaia, who's a total nerd. She's harmless, but she does tell us about a man in town who wears a piece of immaculate dwarven armor. She asks us to find a way to get it from him, and we move on. Next, we talk to Domitus, and wow, what an asshole. He thinks he's hot shit and talks down to everyone, knowing that there's nothing they can do because of the dwarves' laws. I don't think I've mentioned it, but the dwarves' laws are basically, don't do anything bad or you'll all die. So this shitheel feels pretty safe. Next, I speak to Saphira, but she won't speak to me in his presence. Anyway, next we talk to Marius, who tells us to leave him alone and that the only way out is death. Fun guy. I head outside and get flagged down by Miranda. She's screaming about there being looters in the city, and if they kill anyone, it'll break the dwarves' law. We kill all the bandits and speak to Miranda again. She gives us a big thank you and tells us another tidbit of information. She says that Ulrin's wife may have gotten free and to ask him about it. I then speak to Habik, who is Miranda's husband. He tells us his sob story about his son getting murdered by an Imperial and absolutely nothing related to the investigation. Moving along, I investigate the tunnel that had collapsed in the future, and sure enough, it is just fine here. I find the immaculate dwarven helmet that was the whole point of getting trapped down here. But if I try to go any deeper, I start to rapidly die. I'm then given a new quest objective of finding a way to survive the radiation. I immediately put together that I need the full armor set. So the next stop on my list was the guy with it. Rikus is practicing his swing at the top of the stairs here. The conversation was less than fruitful, to say the least. Only way I get that armor is if he's dead. For now, I look for another way. Next, I talk to Broll, who is an expert on the dwarves. He also says that he did some work on time travel, which is probably why I'm even here. This is the time that he tells me about returning to the future by creating a paradox, which we learned earlier. He also confirms that the full suit will protect me. We then talk to Luki, who doesn't have much to say other than that she's the healer around here, and she wants us to check up on a guy named Brandis, who got hurt from the radiation. After that, we go into one of the buildings and find the traitor Degland. Honestly, nothing more suspicious than a guy telling you how good of a guy he is. I ask if he knows a way out of here, and he says he can tell me for 1,000 gold. I give in and pay him. He gives us a potion of acrobatics that will supposedly allow us to jump back up the shaft we came down. Unfortunately, that won't get us back to the future, so it's not really an option even if it does work. We read a letter talking about a guy named Quintus, and our updated objective wants us to see if he is the threat. Next, we talk to Habik again, and he tells us that he's missing his son's ring. He dropped it, and it rolled under the door under the shop that no one has been able to open. We say we'll look into it, and we head over to the shop next door. A shop owned by Vernon. Before we could get his life story, a note is slipped under the door. The note calls Vernon an abomination and threatens him a bit. Turns out he's just gay, so not a problem I actually have to worry about. He still asks me to find out who's writing them, and all we have to go on is that they use red ink. For now, though, I end the episode. We start the episode talking to Ulrin. We ask him about his wife, and he gets understandably butthurt because he doesn't know why or where she went, and keeps getting asked the same questions about it. He seems genuine, so I let him slide and go talk to the next closest person, Ysmar. She just seems to be a simple farmer who has little to no respect for the Jarl. Next, I check the sunken house to see if there's anything different in the past. Sure enough, I was right, and there's a trapdoor that requires a key. While I speculate about where the key could be, I decide to start raiding people's homes. I start with the most aggressive citizen, Rikus. We immediately find out that he's the one threatening Vernon because of a letter with red ink. Unfortunately, that's about all we find, so we move on. On the way out, we run into Asanshi. She's the cook for the higher-ups and a recovering skooma addict. Which, I mean, good for her. She came here to cut cold turkey, and she's doing well. Moving along, we search for Vernon to give him the good/bad news. We find him, tell him what's what, and he says to confront Rikus ourselves. On our way to do just that, we run into another new person, Jashal. She says that she's just a boring old woman, and after talking to her, she's right. All she does is sweep the streets and try to convert you to Mara. And just like most religious old ladies, I lie and say that I'm busy. She does, however, tell me an interesting tidbit about a guy named Dooley. She says he can't work, so he's homeless and lives in a tent in a cave. We'll get to meet him later. Next, we talk to Rastasia, who runs the local tavern. She spills the tea so fucking fast about all the other residents, it's insane. I mash through her dialogue because I've pretty much talked to everybody she's talking about. We leave her be and finally find Rikus. We tell him we know that he's the one sending those threatening letters, and he's like, so? Which, I mean, valid point. There's not really much I can do other than just asking him to stop, and he isn't inclined on hearing me out. So I head back to Vernon and tell him I haven't figured out a way to stop him. So yeah, pretty much dead end in terms of dialogue options. Thus, we go back to snooping. We check out Golvar's house and find nothing of note. He seems perfectly clean. Next is Ysmar's house. We do find some skooma and moon sugar, which is concerning but not detrimental. Ulrin's place is next on the path. We find a note from his wife saying some lovely, mushy stuff, which supports the fact that she wouldn't have left without him. We also find a trap door to the underground passageways that connects the shops. The passage is filled with skeevers and blood trails. We find this wild-looking pit and a skeleton whose remains we have to identify. Right next to the body, we find a giant skeever with an engraved necklace and the key to the tunnels. The quest tracker says to show the necklace to Ulrin, assuming it's his wife's. We head back up and find him to show him the necklace. It is indeed her necklace, and he is super bummed out about it. He wants to be left alone, and when we turn around, we find Dooley. Now, Dooley is, and I'm not saying it to be mean here, like, clinically retarded. I mean, like, he might actually maybe retarded. He sounds like Adam Sandler from Waterboy, and the fact that his brother used to take care of him until his brother died, and now he's homeless in a cave, all signs kind of point to him being a tard. Again, not being mean, just my professional YouTuber opinion. Anyway, he tells me his brother left him a secret chest with a fortune inside, and no one in the city wants to help him find it. I tell him I'll help, and he gives me the rusty key and says he was told to hold his breath. Pretty obvious that this key unlocks the trap door in the sunken house, so I head there immediately. The door leads to a giant cave, and when I go deeper in, I run into some cave dwellers that ask to have me for dinner. A classic cannibal line. I get a dialogue option that's exactly what I was thinking, and proceed to kill them all. I find Dooley's chest, and all it has in it is a key to the Citadel and a note from his brother. The note says that the Jarl is not to be trusted. He apparently found out what he was doing in that locked room of his, and the Jarl killed him for it. We go back to the city, but can't find Dooley to ask him about it, so we head to the Citadel to have a peek behind the curtain. As I'm making my way up, I speculate about what could be behind the door.
So who's got money on what? Experimentation, just cannibal eating. God, what else could there be? What else could there be, actually? Just straight up murder? I mean, that's pretty much everything that goes through my head. Now, can I be seen? Requires key. Okay. Now I'm gonna close the gate to not... Master door, though. Unlock it with the Citadel key. Who am I detected? Okay. Oh. Sex slave was not what I thought.
Not again. Please don't hurt me.
Holy shit. You're alive. I'm not gonna hurt you.
The gods. Quickly, you have to let me down before that monster comes back.
All right.
Thank you. He'll be here any moment, so be quiet and follow my lead.
Okay. One thing, get down, dude. Whoa, what the fuck?
There you are, you filthy pig.
Whoa, 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 calm down, calm down. Let me talk to him first.
Please, Macy, be reasonable. If you attack me in here, you'll break the dwarves' lore and kill us all.
So you were the bad guy all along.
After what you've done to me, I just don't care.
No, think of your husband. Did that teleport me back in time? It did. Now... Damn it. Yep. Huh. Well, before you talk to me, sir, I'm actually gonna reload that because I don't want everyone to die because she goes off the handle.
Yep. Ulrin's wife kills him and creates a paradox. I reload to try again, and this time I tell her to stay put and go back to talk to her husband. On my way, I happen to bump into Saphira, who wouldn't talk to me in front of that dickhead, but now is inclined to talk. All she says is that she doesn't want to be here, and the guy she's with is a dickhead, which has all been well established. I go out to find Ulrin, but can't seem to find him, so I wait.
Let's wait until it's... Oh god, I just realized that waiting here means that she's there for a whole nother day, dude. Oh, rip.
I actually find him in his house. I tell him the Jarl is keeping his wife, and he, expectedly, flies off the handle, which I was not hoping for. I somehow miss the scene, but it does cause another paradox, and I reload again. This time, I plan on confronting the Jarl myself. It doesn't go very well because he knows I can't really do anything about it. So another dialogue dead end. I'm running out of threads to pull, so I go around talking to people again. I talk to Miranda and ask her about this Quintus fellow from the letter we saw earlier. She says to check the Citadel, and I don't know what else to do, so I follow up on this lead. I find Marius and tell him that I know he's Quintus. He admits to being Quintus and says he used to be in the Dark Brotherhood, but he's enjoying his retirement and has no desire to kill anyone. We look around a bit more and run into Dwamora, the Jarl's adopted daughter. She just straight up threatens me to bring her skooma, that little fucking bitch. I agree to get it, but I ain't ever talking to her again. I call the episode there, and I have a ton of thinking to do before the next one. This is the episode we get some shit done. We start by checking out the rest of the houses. We'd recheck some of the houses that we've already been through because I'm stupid, but then we get to some new ones. Vernon's house is the first of the new ones, and there's nothing of importance here. Next is Habik and Miranda's house. Again, nothing out of the ordinary or concerning in any way. Then we head to the Golden Sentinel Tavern, where, yeah, there's nothing new or important there either. Then we get to Brandis's house, who I completely forgot about, but he was the one that got sick due to the radiation. We read his will on the table, and it says we can take his immaculate dwarven boots, so we finally got the second item of the set we need. I talk to him, and he says that there's something under the city that is evil. He tells me to go destroy it, and then croaks.
Please, you must find a way to get down there. And finish what
Oh. Oof. I leave and remember seeing the gloves we need in the abandoned temple, and I read that there was a way in. We head there, and the coffins that are stacked to the side are actually a jumping puzzle. I parkour my way up and over to grab the gloves. We then explore the rest of the temple. We fight a bunch of charred horrors and lockpick a ton of stuff along the way. We head down to the basement first to find a necromancer's journal that's apparently proof that the dwarves' law is real. Then we head up. We find a weird room with more of that hexagon pattern that's highly irradiated. Go up even further and find the exit. After leaving, I make the decision to kill Rikus to take his armor. We find him sleeping in his bed, and we bully his ass back for my boy Vernon. Thus, breaking the dwarves' law, all the robots come to life and start killing everyone. I follow the Jarl to the lake house, and he creates the portal again. I use it to go back to the start. I skip ahead to after I meet the Jarl and talk to Gaia. Since she wanted to see the armor for research, I wanted to show her. All she says is that we need the full set to survive the radiation, but we already knew that. Now, it's time to test that theory. I don the armor and head down. I kill some wisps and find a dwarven dome. We head inside and speak to the Arbiter. He starts talking a lot of shit about all the bad things I've done, but it doesn't really faze me. He talks about how he created the laws so that the people would either live peacefully or not live at all. I tell him that the Jarl is committing crimes right under his nose, but didn't realize that that would start a purge and a boss fight. I managed to kill him and take his helmet from the museum before doing another time loop. This time trying to convince him to drop the laws. I get back to the big guy, and he actually notices his helmet in my possession. I lie to him and saying that it's not his and ask him a ton of questions. Eventually, I try to persuade him to get rid of the laws, but it doesn't work and the boss fight happens anyway. Third time's the charm, as this time I tell him about the helmet I took from his corpse. This actually convinces him to put a stop to everything, because if he doesn't, he knows for a fact that I will kill him. He says he'll destroy the dome so humans can't use the power here, and it ultimately creates one last paradox. Sending me back to the future where I finally meet Ultrius, Cassia's brother. I tell him his sister is looking for him, and we rush off to go back up top. He catches me up to speed on everything that happened after I came back, and everything seems better. We leave the tunnels, and the first person I see is the same person I always saw first. Golvar, looking all nice and spiffy, became the new Jarl after Metellus was executed for his crimes of sex trafficking. He welcomes me back with open arms and says I can still have my old place even though I never used it. Next on our path was Rikus, who is now less of an asshole and just wants to protect the city. We'll follow up with everyone else later, but for now, we head back to the lift. With the siblings reunited, she gives me her thanks and heads back to the city with her brother. Now it's time to get caught up with everyone. First person we talk to this episode is Dooley. He just gives us a small update, but a nice one. The new Jarl gave him a home and new clothes and seems to be treating him good. Next, we talk to Yuzmir. Turns out, she's married to the new Jarl, Golvar. Good for them. Next, we check out the shops for people, and first is Habik. He says him and Miranda were able to have another son, who was the kid I saw running around earlier. We then head over to Vernon's store. He tells us that him and Rikus are actually together now, and I make probably one of the worst jokes imaginable.
Funny he didn't mention that at all. But it makes sense, he's still kind of a dickhole. But you like dickholes, don't you? That's a fucking horrible segue. Okay.
Gotta love the bully becoming the lover. One of my favorite genres. We speak to Degland, and he has nothing new to say. We check the Citadel, but can't find anyone we know there, so we say goodbye to the city and head out. Before we leave, we get a super nice pop-up from the dev of the mod. Super fucking fantastic mod, guys. Definitely worth all the time and brain power I put in. Now that we're out of the city, we head to another city. Back to Solitude, where we give the helmet to the curator. He gives us some money for the helm and some for the statue we bought for out front earlier too. I do some inventory management and am ready for the next adventure. Now, I was reminded about a rival museum opening up in Dawnstar, so I figured we'd go check it out. We head over to Dawnstar and immediately get jumped by some vampires. After asserting dominance, we look for our next mark. We look around a bit, but ultimately find our man standing outside his so-called museum. We head inside, and I immediately realize that this museum poses zero threat to me. He even says he has a job for me, and I sense an opportunity. We take his little tour and humor him with some questions, but he doesn't know that I actually played Oblivion, so I know all about the Mythic Dawn. The job he wants me to do is to find the pieces of Mehrunes' razor. He gives me all his notes on the pieces' whereabouts, and they just so happen to be in Skyrim. The first one is in Morthal, which, I'll be real, I don't remember this town from the vanilla game at fucking all. But that's besides the point. I head towards the marker and talk to this fellow. He says he has a piece of the razor, but his family has been keeping it safe for 8 generations. I pay him $700 for it, and he happily accepts. The next piece is in Falkreath, so we head to the closest place. It leads us to a fort filled with orcs who attacked us unprompted. I go in, clear the place out, killing the big boss man and getting a key to the vault. In the vault, we find the blade surrounded by tripwires that I just have no defense against, I guess. Back outside, I call the episode to complete the quest next time. No fluff on this one, we jump in right where we left off. We fast travel to the nearest place and head towards the last piece of the razor. We head up a mountain to Dead Crone Rock. I die to this crazy looking thing, but take it down easily my next try. We head inside, die to a trap, then find a lever opening the way forward. We get to the top where we find the Dead Crone, the place is named after, and kick her ass. She has the last piece of the razor on her, and we are done. Heading back to the rival museum, we hand over all the pieces. He then says he knows how to remake the blade. He tells me to meet him at a shrine where we will contact Mehrune himself. We meet him on the mountaintop and begin the little ritual. And nothing happens. He then tells me to give it a try. I stand behind the altar and immediately hear a voice ring out. Mehrune says that since I was the one that gathered the pieces, only I was worthy to speak to him. Then he says that my rival has served his purpose and needs to be killed. I try to spare his life, but the only other option is that he takes the pieces and locks them away in his museum. Now, I didn't come all the way up here for your museum, pal. Mehrune is pleased, even though I basically tell him to fuck off. He then says he has one more challenge for me, and summons some demons that weren't all that challenging. But one of them had a key to the shrine, so I get some bonus loot. I go back to my museum and put the dagger away. After that, we head back to the shitty museum to assimilate his items. We take some of the displayed items, and with all that swept under the rug, I decide to try to find out what's up with these unusual gems I keep finding. The quest says that there's someone in Riften who can help me. We find this man, Maul, who tells us the only one who can tell us about the stones is Vex in the Thieves Guild. So next on the list is that a doggy with armor? That's a wolf. Look at him, he's so cool. What are you guys doing? You're the Dawn Guard. Dawn Guard Husky. Yo, my boys.
Imperials, every one of them.
Okay, well, that's a good ending point on Happy Doggo. Goodbye, everyone. See you in the next one.
To start the Thieves Guild quest, we talk to Brynjolf. Fucking Christ, these names. So anyway, we talk to John Thief here, and he tells us right away that he knows I'm a thief. John will create a distraction while I grab a ring and put it in another guy's pocket. He starts the distraction, and it kind of doesn't fucking work. I try to nab the ring, but this dude is looking right at me. Eventually, I just say fuck it, and I drink a potion of invisibility. I was just gonna take the ring, but fuck this guy, I'm taking it all. While I'm still invisible, I slip the ring into the other guy's pocket. Mission complete. John gives me a pat on the ass for a job well done and tells me to meet him underground at the Ragged Flagon, where we'll meet his friends. I get a tad sidetracked and head into the Bee and Barb, where I hear a monk spouting some bullshit and meet a Vigilant of Stendar. I can now get these fucking vampire hunting quests out of my journal. And were they worth it? No. All they gave me was some shit and no cash, bro. Fuck. I continue to run around with no idea of what I'm doing. I talk to the lady that was in that one cave where we found the key, and she tells me her whole life story. Something companions, I don't really care. I finally get my shit together and find the rat way. I head inside and there are indeed rats in this way. I do some exploring and get a side quest to follow a ghost. We head deeper into the sewers to find a sword floating in the middle of this room protected by a force field. We then have to go from room to room fighting more ghosts as some sort of trial. The final ghost does have some armor for the museum along with the floating sword, the Dawn Fang. Looks sick, but is just gonna get thrown in a museum. I get another side quest to find a cage key for this friendly skeever, but the body with the key never spawns. I immediately give up and head into the Ragged Flagon. We talk to John and he tells us that he's got one more job for us and then we're in the guild. All I have to do is intimidate some people with outstanding debt. A job that will be priority next episode. First shakedown on the list is Helga. A simple persuade and intimidate make for an easy paycheck. Next is Honeyhand, who just folds immediately. The Argonian innkeeper is next. I talk to her boyfriend first by accident, and he tells me that he needs 3 flawless amethysts to complete a wedding ring for her. We agree, even though we're literally about to go shake her down. She caves instantly too, though, so there's no real problem. Head back to the Ragged Flagon to meet the man in charge, Mercer Frey. He gives us our first official job, Golden Glow Estates. All we need to do is burn down some beehives and clear out a safe. Sounds easy. For now, we explore the rest of the guild. Talking to Delvin, who gives out extra jobs, and Vex, who gives out different additional jobs. She's also the one we need to talk to about the unusual gems. She says that they're Stones of Baron's Eye. She tells me that there's 24 in all, and she won't take them unless it's a complete set. I have now lost all hope. These fucking things are gonna be in my inventory forever. No way in hell am I gonna find 24 of these fucking things in a giant open world. Fuck that, I'm not even trying. I go to leave and accidentally head into the vaults. Exploring thoroughly, I find an old bow that's apparently a part of a quest. Then I head into the Warrens. There, I meet Dagrilon, a dead man who claims to be the best mage who ever lived. Turns out he's a modded follower from the Interesting NPCs mod, so now we've got a new party member. I don't think I once pronounced his name right, so we just call him D. We leave the Ratway with our new party in tow, leave Riften, and get a nice view of our next objective before we end the episode. Now that we've taken in the scenery, it's time to burn it down. On our way to the estate, we find a chest with some goodies, including 2 flawless amethysts, which means we only need 1 more for that mustached man. I make my way to the hives and do a bit of arson. I swing back to the other side of the property and manage to get inside the house. We sneak around, fighting the 2nd floor. Following the quest marker, I suddenly alert the guard. While my gang keeps the guards distracted, I head into the next room. Turns out that the quest marker I was following was for the optional objective of getting the key to the safe from this guy. I do the most Sigma thing I can think of and stare him right in the eye as I rummage through his pockets and take the key. Swiftly leaving, I head to the basement. I find the safe, loot it, and leave through the sewers. Back at the Thieves Guild, I give John the good news. He says that Maven Blackbriar asked to see me, so now I head to her. She wants me to take down a rival meadery in Whiterun. In Whiterun, I speak to my contact about the job. They want me to play pest control and help a rival meadery with a pest problem. But once he gives me the poison to deal with the pest problem, I also need to slip in some into the mead vats. We head to the meadery and do just that. Talk to the man and he gives us the poison, and we make our way down to the basement where we kill some skeevers and spiders. Run into a crazy homeless man down here who gives me a huge dose of deja vu. I put the poison in the nest and go further into the brewery itself. Poison the mead batch that I just somehow happen to know is the correct one that the guards are going to be drinking from, and I head back through the tunnels. Tell him the job's done, and the captain of the guard gets his drink. After drinking his tummy ache juice, he takes the dude to jail. Last thing I need to do is grab the journal from his room, and it's back to Riften. Back at the Thieves Guild, John says that both the meadery and the estate were associated with this symbol that was behind it all. He tells me to go to Mercer to find out more, and I do. Mercer says he knows the contact that the symbol person was using. He's in Solitude, and he wants me to go get some info out of him. So I go back home to do some inventory management in between episodes, and we'll get our answers next time. I start the episode with a little treat of bringing back the boy himself, Cat Vegetable, to make the party even larger. Anyway, we've got some questions that need answering, so we head down to the Winking Skeever. Well, I thought it was the Winking Skeever, but it turned out to be a Waffle House when these dudes just start going at it. After not screaming World Star at the top of my lungs, we talk to the Argonian man in the corner. He tries to play coy, but I see right through his act. He says he won't tell me anything unless I get a bottle of Firebrand wine from the palace. Off I go again for another fetch quest. Luckily, it's out in the open, in an empty hallway, so it was easy to nab. We bring the wine back to him, and he tells us fuck all. Says some lady paid him, and he don't know nothing. We are then tasked to follow him, which I do excellently. While following him, I decide to dip off for a little shopping, finding some stuff for the museum, and also the last flawless gem needed for that wedding ring. Back to following him, he heads to the East Empire Trading Company warehouse. We somehow alert the guards, and we have to kill all of them, but even with this big brawl going on, the guy is oblivious. He keeps going about his business and goes into a secret entrance to Brinewater Grotto. Turns out to be a bandit hideout, so we start to clear it out. I kill quite a few bandits before ultimately confronting the Argonian. He finally tells me that the woman behind it all is Carlia. He also says that Carlia is responsible for killing the last head of the guild. I ask him where she is now, and all he says is that she is where the end began. We head back to Mercer, and he seems shook by the news. He tells us that we're gonna kill her together and to meet him at the old ruin where the last head was murdered. We meet him there, and he warns us that she's inside. I ask him about her and what happened here, and he says that she killed Gallus and almost killed him because she's using one of Skyrim's most broken builds, the Stealth Archer. Before I start pissing my pants, we head inside. Inside, there is a lot of combat and quite a few traps. I poke my way through tons of undead and get the complete status as well as a new dragon slur. We then run into one of those claw doors, and he opens it like it's literally nothing. Inside the room, I get sniped and get to watch the cutscene from the floor. Turns out that she didn't kill Gallus, and Mercer did. I know, crazy revelation that everyone remembers like it was yesterday, except me because I'm stupid. He takes a play out of my book and gives me a good poke right before leaving me for dead. I wake up outside and speak to Carlia, who shot me in order to save me. We're best friends now, and she has a journal belonging to Gallus that should have evidence of Mercer's wrongdoing, but it's written in a different language, so we need it translated. She says Gallus had a friend at the college that she hopes can help with the translation. So, back to the college I go, leaving the episode off on its steps once again. We start the episode looking for Inthier, who turned out not to be at the college, but in town at the bar. We give him the journal, and he tells us that it's written in Falmer, and the only person who can translate it is in Markarth. Having not been to Markarth yet, or remembering anything about it, I decide to look around while I'm here. I'm greeted with a lovely sight right when I walk through the doors. This lady takes some back shots, and the guard comes over and inverts this guy's nose with his shield. I go over to the bodies and loot Margaret's key along with her dignity. I get stopped by a stranger and just says, "Wow, that's crazy. Anyway, here's a note that you definitely dropped, wink wink." I read the note, and it's from him asking for a midnight rendezvous. That'll be saved for later, but for now, we find where we need to go and head in. At the entrance, there's a priest getting yelled at by some dude. I ask if I can help, and he says there's something in the Hall of the Dead eating the bodies. He gives me a key, but I got other shit to do. We find Calcelmo and do a little shopping with him before talking about the book. I buy some spells and a pet mud crab, cause why not? Then I try to talk to him about his research, but every dialogue option gives me a no. So now, my objective is to get his key and go into his museum. I yoink it off the table and head for the door. A guard stops me, saying that I need permission to go in. Only he doesn't really try to stop me when I just casually walk by him and go in. My sneak is terrible, so I immediately once again get caught by the guards. Again though, they don't really try to stop me. It starts a fight, but I push my way through anyways. Inside the next room, there's more guards whose orders are to kill on sight, so I say fuck it and do the same. I cut my way through the guards, but end up dying. On round 2, I try some invisibility shenanigans that don't quite pan out. Huh? 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 I don't think it's working, guys! I don't think it's working. I continue to slaughter my way through the ruins. I eventually make it to the inscription that I need. I grab a couple of rolls of paper and some charcoal to make a rubbing of the inscription, then I have to kill the guard captain that came in. After killing him, I head back outside to jump down a waterfall. All the guards in the city are aggroed, so I get sniped instantly. When I reload, they are no longer hostile, but also I can't fast travel. I end up chatting up one of the guards, and nothing happens, so I just make for the exit. Outside, I'm finally able to fast travel back to the college. I talk to Inthier and give him the rubbing. Boy, that sounds odd out of context. He then leads me to another room under the bar where Carlia is already waiting. He translates the journal, and now it's time to confront the guild. And I was gonna end the episode in Riften, but I'm attacked by werewolves and a dragon. I keep dying over and over again, so I just say fuck it and end the episode before fast traveling. This episode starts off strong with me handling the situation, even if it takes a couple of tries. I don't know why, but the dragon doesn't show up this time, but I'm thankful. After the fight, I get a new quest to search the thief's body. I go to said body and strip him clean, but the quest doesn't progress. It's glitched and didn't spawn the thing that I needed, so we'll ignore it for now. Head to the Ragged Flagon and Carlia meets me at the door. I say I'm ready and I follow her into the guild. John is ready to pounce, but Carlia tells him the truth and gives him the proof. We go to check in on the vault and it is completely empty. Now, with everyone convinced, he sends me to break into Mercer's house. Vex has some dirt on the guard, so I talk to her first. She says I should talk to Blackbriar about his debt, so I head to the Bee and Barb. She turned out not to be there, but I can talk to the Mustache Argonian about his ring. I give him 3 flawless gems, and he gives me a potion. Wow, thanks. Anyway, I give up on the Blackbriar lead and just go straight to the house. Talk to Vald and get nowhere with him, so I just shoot down the ramp and he aggroes to me. I kill him and we head inside. There's a couple of bandits to kill and then search the place. I find a closet with a false backing that leads into the sewers. I die to his traps quite a few times, but I eventually find his plans along with a few goodies. I take his plans back to John and he says the plans are for going after the Eyes of the Falmer. Carlia basically says that before we go after Mercer, we need to become Nightingales. But I leave it off for the next episode. We head inside where Carlia tells us to put on the Nightingale armor so we can take the oath. We proceed to the chamber where Lady Nocturnal herself gives the okay for me and John. After we all become official Nightingales, Carlia says that Mercer also took the skeleton key, and we need to return it or else we will lose what little luck we have. Then John tells me that he wants me to be the new leader of the Thieves Guild once we take care of Mercer. I tell him, sure, why not? And we head to confront Mercer. We get to the Dwarven Ruins, despite our misadventures and game crashes, and it is crawling with bandits. Making my way inside, I die to some traps. On my second attempt, I accidentally nuke D into the ground and didn't even notice. In fact, I didn't even know until someone pointed it out in the comments. So here's to you, D. Hope you're jelking in Gooner heaven, brother. I don't know why I said that. Further in, I run into John and Carlia, and they start to follow me. I die many a time to these Falmer and have to cut out a ton of footage. And I'm cutting out even more in this video. Except for this clip of the ragdoll saving my life.
Looks like we have to go up here. Whoa, that was so close, dude. What the fuck? Those tripwires are fucking hilarious, bro.
We keep moving further and further down the cave and finally make it to Mercer. He's stealing the eyes and we think we got the drop on him, but we don't. He talks some mad shit and then the fight starts. Takes me a second try, but I kill him dead. He has the key, the eyes, and a ton of other gems on him. The cave starts to crumble and we make our escape. Now with the key in hand, Carlia wants us to return it. But we can't go the normal way, because of fucking course we can't. We have to go a special way so the job ain't done. For now, I return home to put things up. We start with a nice sit by the fire like an old married couple, but move on to the next objective. We enter the Twilight Sepulchre and talk to the ghost guarding it. Turns out to be Gallus himself. We give him some much needed closure, and he gives us a ton of exposition. But he says he ultimately can't help us. We head in and fight some ghosts that all have Wanathan's voice lines, so that was super confusing. Then I reach a room that hurts me and I don't understand why. It seems to just be a maze where if I step out of line, I get hurt. I get through it and find a door with some hidden chains to pull. Fight some more ghosts, avoid some more traps, and end up in a pit. Then the skeleton key does something and the floor drops down, right on top of the lock that the key needs to go into. Then Nocturne herself shows up in the flesh. And thank God Serana's not here, cause god damn! I have to control myself though, cause Carlia teleports in right behind me. I tape my boner to my leg and talk to her casually. She tells me to pick a buff, and I pick the one that gives me a super cool spell that has crazy life leech. Then Gallus comes in, and they get to have a little chat before he moves on to his new afterlife. With my job done, I head back to Riften for another quest. We head to the fishery to talk to a couple of people. This lady wants me to hunt a mud crab, and this other fucker comes out of nowhere spouting some shit about a lexicon and that I need to take it back. I'm just so baffled by it that I leave it for the next episode. I decide in between episodes that we are indeed going to follow up on that weird request to return the lexicon. Fast travel and get caught up in a scene from Brother Bear. You know the scene where they yell at a lizard man and then they get fireballed into the fucking ground? An underrated Disney classic, if you ask me. I continue to stumble upon an orc tribe looking for help. They want troll fat and a Daedra heart, which I guess I don't have. They also tell me about some gauntlets I can get, but I pretty much forget about them immediately. I get to the Dwarven ruins and get to see some more ghosts. Ghosts with some cool dance moves, and who eventually just stop talking and just kind of stand there awkwardly. I start to find their real bodies one by one. Then I fight the big boss at the end. There's a little stand that I put the lexicon in and complete the quest. I also get an achievement for completing 10 side quests, which is fucking hilarious. With the lexicon returned and no questions answered, I decide to head back to the Thieves Guild to turn in some stuff. I turn in said stuff for a good chunk of change and see that there's an option for hardcore work. I tell him I want to hit Whiterun, and he gives me several quests. Apparently this is the end game for the Thieves Guild, where you do these jobs in each city in order to increase the influence of the Thieves Guild and bring it up to new heights of glory. I head to Whiterun and write in a book. I head to Royxstead to steal a necklace. And it takes me quite a few attempts and reloads, but I finally get it. I leave the last quest, though, for the next episode. We start episode 74 with a big waste of time. I try to summon the dragon from the Soul Cairn, but just can't get it to work. I give up pretty quick, though, so it's back to stealing shit. I go into a store and I take one thing. With all the jobs completed, I head back to Delvin to turn in all the quests. He then tells me that there's a super special big job in Whiterun now. So I head back to Whiterun once more, running into my contact. Winnie the Pooh here tells me that a buddy of his has been arrested and that he has outstanding warrants in Solitude, but the Whiterun guards don't know it yet. So now I have to sneak into the Jarl's palace and steal the extradition letter, as well as change the guy's name in the prison records. Should be easy stuff. We head in, and I'm immediately sidetracked and buy some new spells. I get back to what I was doing and infiltrate like a master thief.
Hello, sir. Protecting those fine shoes, eh? Good for you. Just gonna open this door casually, not go in. Looking at other shit. Yep, that's some cool shit. Cool, cool, cool. Oh, the store's open. What's up with that?
I write in the book and get the letter with no issue. Head back to Tigger and tell him his boy's in the clear. Then Pete says he'll give his full support to the Thieves Guild here in Whiterun. Tell Delvin the good news and pick up a new set of jobs. This time in Markarth. First thing to do is to go to the stables. It's after hours, but I give them the old please and thank you, and they let me right in to fuck with their books. Next, I head to the local shop and take a piece of armor that's over the $500 limit. On my way to do the fishing job, a man stops me and asks about an abandoned house. He tells me the house is haunted and needs someone to watch his back. I tell him absolutely I'll help, and then immediately leave. I find out that I actually can't get to my mark, so I do head back to the abandoned house to help. We head deep into the house and hit a dead end. Then I hear my intrusive thoughts telling me to kill the other guy. We try to leave, but we're locked in now. The room violently shakes and shit keeps flying off the walls. Bro almost lets his intrusive thoughts win and tries to kill me, but I talk him out of it. Together, we head to the altar in the basement, and he helps me destroy it. We then have to escape, and I get a little tripped up on Cat Vegetable. I manage to get out in time, though. Meanwhile, Serana and Bro, well, they don't quite make it. I head towards the door hoping they'll get unstuck, and success! He gives me $1,000 for the help, and we go our separate ways. I go back to the temple where my mark is still unavailable to get stolen from. I talk to one of the ladies there, and bro, she's kind of all over me, dude. I jumped the gun a bit, but say JK, unless. I get my shit together and realize that my mark isn't coming out at all, so I leave it for the next episode. And I decide not to do it altogether. I go back to Delvin, and this is where I realize that somewhere in this mod list, it changed it so that you only have to do one of the quests in order to unlock the big job. Delvin tells me there's a silversmith looking for my help in Markarth. Fast travel away, and he says I need to get a mold that was stolen from him. We head to the bandits' hideout and search the place. I just so happen to immediately find this button that opens a hidden door. It leads to a huge cave system that is filled to the brim with motherfuckers, dude. Around every corner, it felt like there were 5 or 6 guys ready to jump me. Ironically, the big boss was actually asleep in his bed when I killed him. He had a key to the treasure room, and that's where I find the candlestick mold. I make my way back to the house and find a man sleeping. I kill him and immediately realized I don't know if he was aggroed to me. I might have just killed some innocent dude. Hehe, oops. While outside the house, I try to summon that dragon again. As soon as I hit the button, boom, dragon appears. Wait a minute. Wrong dragon, wrong dragon, wrong dragon. After the fight, I try again. Turns out I didn't have enough room to summon him, but eventually I get it and he teaches me a slur. With his freedom in hand, first thing he does is he goes and eats a bunch of bandits. Now I go back to Markarth to give this guy his candle maker that a good 50 or so people had to die for me to get. He just says thanks, and we head back to Delvin to start in on the Riften jobs. I head to the blacksmith to fuck with his books. While I'm there, I steal some smithing materials and their biggest cheese wheel to complete the 500 gold worth quest. I go back to turn in the quests, and I guess there isn't a big special job for Riften, so I just ask for the next set of quests for Solitude. To finish off the episode, I took a look around the new shops that have set out outside the Ragged Flagon. An alchemy shop and a bow shop. I buy a couple of things and call it there. Time to rob my hometown. We start by heading to...
Why are these kids fucking with the dead bodies? Okay. Jesus Christ, this game's weird sometimes, bro.
Anyway, we head to the clothing shop to put a bunch of little penises and those cool S's in their books, just like in middle school. After that is the general goods store, where they have a jade dragon on the shelf. I try to just sit next to it and wait to be hidden, but Karen over here just is staring me down. Cat Vegetable phases through me, so I get stuck and can't move. Classic Cat Vegetable. After I reload the game, I have the bright idea of luring the Karen upstairs and locking her in a room. Then I quickly go and steal the dragon. I then go to the museum to put away all my stolen goods. Now, off to the Thieves Guild. Unlocking the special job, I have to take the famous Breaking Bad blue meth and plant it on some guy's ship. I head to the docks to meet my plug.
Are you in the ship, or are you outside the ship? A bit of both, actually.
She gives me a key to a chest that's under the pier. I don't know if having them completely submerged is good for the drugs, but what do I know? We head to the ship and get planting. I end up having to kill everyone on the ship in order to get to the chest where I plant the drugs. With no witnesses to the crime, I head back to my contact and in front of the entire court tell him I successfully planted the drugs. No one bats an eye, so I head back to Delvin to take on Windhelm next. This time, he doesn't give me a quest to steal $500 worth of stuff, so I just do the book righty job. In and out, super easy. Back to Delvin, and it's on to the big job. I speak to my contact, and he tells me that his daughter had been murdered by a bunch of thugs, and that he wants me to bring back a locket that she was carrying. I interrogate our first suspect, and she tells me everything I need to know. They call themselves the Somerset Shadows, which, awesome name by the way, and exactly where their camp is. I do my thing of casually walking into their hideout and slaughtering them all, grab the locket and head back. The dude's happy to have the locket back, and we complete the mission. When I go back to the Thieves Guild to turn in the quest, I can't. They're all standing around in a circle and tell me to talk to John. We all meet in the middle, and John officially makes me the leader of the Thieves Guild. I spend the rest of the episode looking at the new shops. This episode is where we start the Vigilant mod. One of, if not the biggest mod in this mod pack. I start by asking Delvin for jobs in Dawnstar. We have to change the books at the inn, so I head there first. I get stopped by this guy Altano, who asks me if we want to become a Vigilant of Stendar. I tell him, sure, but I've got some books to cook first. I can't get hidden, but I try to do it anyway and get a bounty. This guy comes over to kick my ass, but I smooth talk my way out of it by asking him about his Lord and Savior Stendar. He leaves me be, but I still go and pay off the bounty. Unfortunately, when I do, they also take all that stolen human flesh I was holding on to. Oh, rats. After clearing my name, I follow Altano to where he's taking me, the Temple of Stendar. Here, we begin our journey as a Vigilant. I check out the place and find a chest with a ton of spells for some reason, but after taking a look at some stuff, it's time for our first mission. Altano tells me that there's a vampire problem in Whiterun's Hall of the Dead. On my way out, I see a quest board where we can pick up some side jobs that give us devotion and karma. Apparently this mod has its own karma system, which I actually ignore for the better part of, the entire storyline. Yeah, I don't pay attention to it at all until somebody in the comments points it out, and by that time, I pretty much had already set my path in stone. Regardless, it's nothing to worry about right now because I still have to go back to the Thieves Guild to turn in my quest. Delvin doesn't give me a special big job, so that's all I'm gonna do with that. I see in my journal that I have to talk to John about becoming Guildmaster. I find him having a little swim and talk to him. Turns out he just needed to tell me Guild's good, and that was it. We are officially finished with the Thieves Guild. Now, we head to Whiterun, straight to the Hall of the Dead. We speak to the priest there, and now it's time for an investigation. The clues that we have to go on are that there's been a new body every day, so Altano says that only newly turned vampires are that impulsive, as well as the fact that all the victims were male, to which I deduce,
all I can say is that they were all male.
Okay, so we might be looking for a woman, or a gay guy, or just a regular dude who's sucking on his bros.
It is at this point that I now realize what they are asking of me.
Well, fuck me, I just gotta find a vampire in this place? I found her! Oh my god!
I start by talking to the nearest NPC, who turns out to be completely irrelevant. I decide the place to start would be the tavern, so I head over to the Bannered Mare to ask the bartender if they've heard anything. She, in fact, has nothing to say about it, so I just start looking for women. I first talked to Sadia, who is also unrelated, but I talked to her about a couple of Redguard warriors looking for a Redguard woman, which happened so long ago, I couldn't even tell you what episode that happened in. She says, "Oh shit," and that we need to talk in private. I talked to this other girl in red, and she just tells me that she only sells her sweet rolls at night. Oh well. We head upstairs and talk to Sadia. She says that she's a noble from Hammerfell, and those dudes are mercs trying to kill her. She tells me to find and kill their leader. Turns out that one of them actually got arrested, so we can go to the jail and get the leader's location from him. But we save that for next episode. In between episodes, I look up the vampire quest, and it says that the lady in red that sells sweet rolls at night is the next step in the quest. Before that, we head into Whiterun's dungeons. We meet the prisoner, and he tells us that he'll give us the leader's location if we can get him out of jail. I ask him how much his bounty is, and he says 100 gold. Like, bro, you're a merc and you ain't got $100?
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
I pay the guard and tell him he's free to go. He tells me that the leader's at a place called Swindler's Den that's right outside of where our journey began. After reminiscing about how far our little penis has come, I head to our objective. Once I get there, I slaughter them all. Not just the men, but the women and the children too. By the time I get to the boss, he's shaking in his boots and wants a parlay. The outcome stays the same, however, because I just tell him that I'm gonna kill him. I nuke him and his boys into the ground. Then I head back to the tavern, turn in the quest for some measly gold, and since it was nighttime, I found the sweet roll woman to continue the quest. She offers me a sweet roll, but instead transforms into a vampire monster thing. I fight it in the middle of the tavern, but nobody really seems disturbed by it. Go back to Altano to turn in the quest, and he now wants to meet me at the tavern. He says he's gotten reports of a Daedra being summoned in a house nearby, and we're tasked with killing it and the summoner. We find the burned down house, and the Daedra pops up. He gives us a whole speech about how he is the one who cannot be touched. Then,
he died like a dog.
Talk to Altano again, and he says to talk to him at the tavern again. He says the summoner escaped to Windhelm, so off we go. We get there, and the lady there tells Altano that another Daedra was summoned here at the inn, and we need to get rid of it. And this dude is just like chilling on the ground. Like, I feel for this guy, I really do, but I gotta kill him. Altano says he'll search for the summoner more here, but in the meantime, there's a rumor of some guy that has an eye that's driving people mad. We fast travel to the inn and find the guy. He said he lost a bet with the woman, and she replaced his eye with this strange stone. Now, everyone that looks at him goes mad. He says he'll just leave it bandaged and won't ever use it again. So I head back to Altano, but he gives me an ultimatum. Either kill him, or I can't be a vigilant. I feel really bad about it, but you gotta do what you gotta do. Go back to report, and now he says she's in Riften. But I leave it for the next episode. We meet Altano outside of Riften at a tower nearby. He's talking to a Master Jacob, who seems to be an old friend. Jacob tells us that they've got their hands full dealing with the summoner, but she summoned another Daedra at the Bee and Barb in Riften. We head there and take down the Daedra with ease. We report back to Jacob, and now he says that the summoner escaped into the Ratway. We now need to find if she summoned any Daedra down there. Altano says he'll check the Ragged Flagon and to meet him there. I do, and he says there's a Khajiit in the Warrens that has summoned one. We find him, and he seems to be a little crazy. He attacks me, and I cut his fucking head off. I then fall to the floor, super confused as to what's happening. I know now that I was reliving his memories. a recurring thing that happens in this mod. I meet his wife, who made his favorite soup, even though she could have bought clothes.
I'm at the soup store! Why are you buying clothes at the soup store? Fuck you!
Then it cuts to this guy who killed his wife and is wearing her pelt. I fight a ghost and wake up just utterly baffled. When I try to leave, I run into the guy who killed that dude's wife, and I kill him too. I take the pelt of his dead wife and put it on his headless body. Mission complete, apparently, and it's time to head back to Altano. All he says is to report back to Jacob, so we fast travel back and find everyone dead. Turns out that the mercenary that had been with the summoner the whole time has showed up and slaughtered everyone. I put him down and head inside to where I get to see this dude who died cartoonishly, bro. I talked to Jacob and he said that the summoner killed everyone it is trying to get to the shrine in the basement. Altano runs ahead and I ask Jacob about the summoner. Apparently, she serves Molag Bal and looks exactly like Jacob's dead wife, who he fucking sacrificed in order not to die? Like, bro, what the fuck? Anyway, we head into the shrine and there she is, saying that the ritual is almost complete. She's flanked by 2 more Daedra and they all die super easy. We give Altano the mace she was using and he immediately sends me on another mission to hunt a witch. She's just south of Iverstead in a place called the Witch's Pond. We find a small house where this woman and her daughter live. I tell the woman that I'm looking for a witch and she attacks me. I kill her and realize that the quest isn't over. Her daughter needs to die too. Yikes. She has a cool doll that gives me some magic regen, so that's cool, I guess. I lose some karma and the quest moves on. I leave the house and there's a typical looking witch outside. She tells me that I'm cursed for killing them, and she's right. My stamina regen is halved. I can't do anything to the witch, so I head back to the temple for the next step in the quest. When I get there, again, everyone is fucking dead. This time, it's Altano who has killed everyone and has Daedra by his side. He sixes Daedra on me and says he's returning to the shrine to finish the ritual. I kill the Daedra and go into the basement where I find the librarian. She tells me what I already know, and I take this time to raid the library for books needed for my museum. After that, I finally head down to the shrine, where I am greeted by the ghosts of my not-so-distant past. They do a pretty good job of making me feel like a piece of shit. I make it to the chamber, and the Bloom gods have truly cursed me. I cannot tell what the hell is going on, and die because I was apparently standing in fire. Next time, I get out of the fire, but still can't see shit. Altano finishes the summoning ritual and out comes this huge monster. He promptly gets Jurassic Parked and the monster talks to me. It's Molag Bal himself, telling me to join him or die. I give him the old "Be gone, fuck!" and the boss battle commences. I stay near his butt, which seems to be the safest space. One boss health bar down and a long death animation later, and we are victorious. I talk to Altano, who's laying on the floor dying, and he says, "Sorry, forgive me, please." Yeah, whatever, go in peace, loser. I destroy the altar, and the bloom goes away. I head back to the temple and find the librarian waiting outside for me. She says I'm in charge now, yay! I go inside just to go back outside for my next mission. There's a guard from Windhelm here saying that prisoners keep going missing in their cells and wants us to investigate. We go to Windhelm and talk to someone that has more details. We start our investigation in the dungeon, following a blood trail that leads to a statue. The statue says it requires a key, so I'm assuming secret door.
Secret door, 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 secret door.
We go back and talk to the man, and he says that he has no clue about it. He also says that this has happened before many years ago, and there might be a record of it back at the temple. I do indeed find a report in the library with a bloody note inside. The note talks about the statue and some other ominous shit. Clearly the work of a vampire, and we go back and tell the guy just that. We then head back to the statue where we now have the key. It leads to a sewer system that acts like some sort of maze. At the end of the maze, I find this dude who's dressed as a vigilant and attacks me. After defeating him, I go into the bloody well that he was standing on. I'm immediately confronted by this guy who thinks I'm the other dude, and as soon as he realizes I'm not, he runs away pissing his pants. Which, I mean, I don't blame him. I'm here to kill him. After killing everything on the floor, I head down a different path that leads to the slums. And yo, there's a whole ass city under Windhelm, bro. What the fuck? We kill a bunch of vampire spawn down here. We fight a boss that drops a key that lets us go even deeper, bro. Into the asylum that I kill everyone in, but then I get lost. It takes me a while, but I find this man to talk to in his cell. Then, Jericho shows up.
This is a bad time for you to be here. Jericho can return at any moment.
Defeat Jericho. Oh, hi, Jericho. Oh, that's not Jericho. Oh, shit! Well, that's Jericho. Okay, round 2, motherfucker. Let's go.
The dude in the cell tells me a bit about the big bad boss bitch vampire lady. After talking to the guy, a new passageway opens up that makes me feel stupid. I head even deeper in and find even more things to kill, including another vigilant staring at a pretty rad statue. Then we find the matron's chamber. Just when I thought we couldn't go any deeper, we head inside her memories or dreams or whatever. I end the episode super confused. I continue through this lady's dream, heading to a big castle where Molag Bal is waiting to speak to me. He says to stay with the girl, and when I talk to her, I use the shout, "Be gone, thought!" She didn't appreciate that and starts a boss fight. Defeating her sends me out of the dream. When I get back to the real world and try to leave, another boss fight ensues. I kill her, she gets back up. I kill her, she gets back up. I kill her, she gets back up. Turns out, there's an invisible enemy at the top of the stairs who is the true enemy. After killing it, she stops rezzing and we solve the vampire problem. We go back to the steward to tell him just that. Mission complete, and we head back to the temple. I talk to the librarian, and she says that she received a letter requesting backup from another vigilant. I tell her I alone will be his backup. And now there's a carriage waiting outside to take me to a mansion. Outside the main entrance, we meet Bal, who totally definitely isn't Molag Bal, wink wink nudge nudge. As soon as we go in, I find the lord of the house dead in the middle of the floor. I take his key and a note. The note says that his child is no longer human and implies he's been possessed or something. It's time to investigate. I head into the door on my left and see a spooky, scary man down the hallway. I find the room that the key was for and find a ton of books to read.
Holy fucking shit, this bookcase has so much in it. Look at all this shit. God damn. Okay, and we're done. Jesus. I like to think that Tardy Penis just sat down in this creepy place to read all these books, and I took him like, he's been here for like 3 weeks. What is this?
I find a journal on the desk that basically says that there had been a series of unfortunate events happening in his mansion. He went to the temple for help, and they sent a dude to check it out. A month goes by, and nothing happens. All of a sudden, people start dropping dead, and he finds a totem of Molag Bal in the basement. He dispels the totem and thinks that the curse has been lifted, but turns out there's like 5 more totems. I explore a bit more, trying to figure out what to do next. After looking it up, there is a blood trail leading behind the dresser to one of the totems. I activate it and I am sucked inside. It sends me to a very Silent Hill looking area. We fight through some monsters and find some of the old servants here too. One had a note that talks about the master's son just being a kid, but we'll see more on him later. We make it to the end with a boss fight to top it all off. Then we dispel the totem and are transported back to the mansion. We got a new key for our troubles, and before checking out the new wing, I end the episode. We continue to explore the mansion, finding tons of locked doors and stairs. We finally find a door that we can actually open and find some notes on the dresser.
No, don't look at the titties. Don't look at the titties. Don't look. Okay. Note to Ball.
One talked about how Ball was corrupting the kid with stories of black magic and shit. Can definitely see where this is going. The next note is a love letter to Ball from Patricia. She talks about how scared she is of the child and can Ball keep her safe with his strong, manly arms? Soak it up, Patricia. We got ghosts to hunt. We find another totem behind the bed and are sucked in. Another hellscape with more monsters. Only this time, I can kill the boss that's 3 stories above me. I make it through the dungeon without incident, and guys, I find probably one of the funniest weapons in the game. On the boss's body, I find the burnt corpse. I don't look at it now, but I do showcase it later. I dispel the totem and get another key. I find the door pretty quick, and this one gets me.
Is this it? It is. Fuck, that scared the shit out of me. Fuck me, man.
I find another note that is very disturbing. I do some more exploring and get scared by Jonathan for some reason, so I take a bit of a break.
Is this the fake door? It is. Okay. Jesus Christ. Why am I so jumpy? I need to, hold on, give me one fucking second. I need to fucking center myself right now. I'm so fucking out of it. Okay, I'm back. I went out to pet my dog and pet my cat, and it has calmed me. Now I am iron-willed. Ah! Just kidding.
My newfound confidence did not last long.
Fuck! Patricia! You just break my fucking game, dude? I don't know, Magica. Fuck you, bitch! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Julia the Crimson. I am not letting go, dude. I am relentless. You are gonna fucking die tonight. Level 666? What do you mean, bro? What do you mean? I can't see what's happening. I'm so scared. Holy shit, Patricia. You too. Dude, fuck this mission. I'm just gonna, I don't know why I'm bobbing and weaving. I'm just gonna stand here and spam attack. You're gonna die eventually, bitch. I ain't fucking around anymore. Oh, god damn it. I need to go pet my cat again. I was such a pussy. Holy hell. Oh my god. Jonathan, you are truly my rock. I adore you. Fuck me, man. Fuck. Terrifying.
I clearly wasn't supposed to be able to kill them, but I do. I head to the basement where I find another note that is, once again, just fucked up and I hate it. Deeper into the basement is where I run into another level 666 monster that ends up one-shotting me. It is at this point that I realize that this is an Amnesia reference. The unkillable creatures, the screen flashing and going wild when you look at them, you're clearly supposed to be sneaking around these things. On the second attempt, I get caught and just book it. Finding a key and watching Juanathan being an absolute unit and chasing the damn thing. I run ahead and run head-on into another one that once again one-shots me. Third time's the charm now that I know where to go. I run, get the key, get past the second guy, find some stairs, and find the door out of the basement. I find myself back in the first wing of the mansion, only the ghosts are real now. I run past one and find a door to the garden. I try to leave the garden, but I don't have the key. I jokingly jump into the water and end up finding the next totem. Inside the totem, I find a body from another servant and a note on said body that talks about the little boy being creepy again and blames Ball. I now find myself in a maze of cages, but thankfully, I can kill things again. During the maze, I actually get my first skill to level 100, which was light armor, because of course it is. Making my way through the maze, I find another body with a note talking about how he saw the boy throw the totem into the water. There's like 3 stories of maze here, but I finally make it to the end and two-shot the boss. I dispel the place and get the North Wing key. Upon entering the North Wing, I end the episode. Deeper into the mansion we go. We clear out the first floor and head upstairs. We find a note talking about a secret door in the mistress's room. Next, we find a key next to a skull. The key is to the vigilance room, where we find his skeleton. In his room, we find another totem. In the totem, I finally show off the burnt corpse. Unfortunately, I couldn't get a kill with it. Make it to the boss, who turned out to be a corrupted version of our boy the Vigilant. Dispel one more totem, and now I have to deal with the ghosts. I run for my life, finding a path to the mistress's room where I use the secret door. The door leads to a set of stairs, which in turn leads to the black door, which isn't very black if I must say so myself. We are then greeted by some bullshit. The only way to go from here is into this last big totem. This one is some end of Eva type shit. I go forward and in spawns the boss. It's that red bitch again, except this time she has the animations of a dragon. She's not that tough though and goes down easy. We dispel the last of the totems and we are confronted by Ball. I nuke him and head up the ladder. I find myself at the entrance once again. Only instead of the man's body in the middle of the floor, it's the boy's. I dick around for quite a bit because I never get the option to interact with the body. It's not until after I reload my game that I get the dialogue box. I dispel the dagger and get jump scared by the boss spawning. I once again can't see a fucking thing because of the bloom, but I throw fireballs in the general direction till the health bar goes down. Molag Ball then shows his face and gives me 2 options. Die in the fire, or accept his help to leave. Time to experiment. I save the game and die a martyr. It sends me into the character creation menu, where you do indeed get to play as a different person. You talk to the librarian, and she tells you that your first mission as a vigilant is to investigate what happened to the leader of the temple. But the tale of Tarty Penis doesn't end there. We reload and accept Molag Ball's twisted hand. He opens an Oblivion gate right next to him. Once we go through, we start getting grilled by Inquisitor Pepe. After he's done talking shit, he actually gives us quite a bit of useful information that goes right over my head in the moment because I cannot get over the fact that this mod is still going. We leave the building and get a look at just how big this mod gets. I explore the surrounding area, and when I get to the water district, I call the episode. It's time to thoroughly explore. We start by talking to some of the locals. Okay. Can we talk to any of these dudes? No? They're just chilling? What about you? No, you don't want to talk to me? Okay. We go to the general store where we find a shrine to Nocturnal. This shrine has damn near every key for this entire place. It only costs money, but increases my smithing for some reason. I got money to burn, so I grabbed them all. The merchant doesn't have anything of note, so on to the abandoned houses across the way. A house that is indeed not abandoned because we find a monkey man who works for the Thalmor. He tells me about these bodies that have swords stabbed through them, and we'll be seeing a ton of these. They basically just act as boss spawners. Next is the blacksmith, where I do a bit of shopping for the museum. After that is the fort. Apparently, they don't want me in there, so we hold off for now and I head over to the slave trader's house. In said house, I find a man in a cell, so I let him out. He seems nice, so I feel like I did a good deed. Next, I head into the old well to find a man chained up. I talk to him and completely comprehend what he says, I promise. Anyway, into another not abandoned house to find this cute little guy. But don't be deceived, this thing is pure evil. I don't really understand the point of him, but oh well. I explore a couple more abandoned houses that were actually abandoned this time. Then I go back to the fort. I fight my way through the fort that has the most vertical stairs I have ever seen. I get to the top and run into one of the Daedra that I had killed earlier in the questline. With his defeat, that concludes our time in the Waterfront District. We start our adventure and are immediately stopped by a dragon. The fight wasn't hard, but it gave me a bit of a scare. Headshot, headshot, headshot. Excuse you? Absolutely not. You get back here and die.
Come and face me then.
I am. Why are you healing? Dude, that scared the shit out of me. Oh my god. 102 XP. Inquisitor Pepe somehow beats us to the gate it was guarding. He thanks us for taking care of it and tells us that next is the territory of Varla and his hounds. I ignore all his warnings and head forward. I start to wander and run into a body with a sword run through it. Oh, hello. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck me. Oh, fuck you, god damn it. He legit scares the shit out of me and kills me dead. Now I have to fight the dragon again, but this time it goes considerably better. I go back and get my revenge, but I can't seem to do anything with the bodies once they've spawned their guy. Just a way to get some cool gear, I guess. I venture forth and find the fort run by that Varla fellow and head inside. We find a bunch of guys just chilling at a table, so I kill them. Then we find an upstairs and a downstairs. We head upstairs first and find another table of men. Then we fight this huge fucking knight guarding a cell. In said cell, there is this worm skeleton man who is apparently a king. I talk to him and exhaust the man's dialogue. But if you've been following the channel for a while, you'll know that I was actually born with a birth defect that gave me -2 intelligence stat. So everything he says goes right over my head. I'm sure there's a 3-hour-long video about the lore of the Vigilant Quest mod, but this here ain't it, pal. I continue upwards and find the man himself. I straight up just tell him I'm here to kill him, and the boss fight starts. He eats my nukes, and I loot his body. After doing so, I'm cast off into his memories, where I get to meet the king before he became an undead worm. He tells me to kill the captive girl next to me, and I kinda do it without thinking. That ends the memory, and I'm back in the throne room. Now it's time to check out the basement. I head down and find a skeleton chef stirring away at his soup. Throw a nuke, and he turns out to be much tougher than I thought he would be. He has some cool gear for the museum, as well as a hat that makes potions stronger. I go up and start to check out the cells and find the same dude I let out in the slave trader's place. Bro is either unlucky or stupid, and turns out he's an alcoholic. With him free, that's all there is to do in the fort. I head outside and call the episode with this badass view. We continue our exploration of the perimeter of the city, leading us to a couple of sewer entrances, one of which I assume takes us deeper into the city. I also find another priory and a gate that requires 30 smithing to unlock. Luckily, I have 31. Thus marks the first time smithing has ever been useful in this playthrough. Before heading through the gate, I turn back to explore the places I've already found so that I don't get confused later. I start with the priory, since I figured it was its own self-contained area. I make my way through this giant underground temple-like area, stopping to fight a couple of skewered bodies. I see a chest, and getting to it makes me feel incredibly stupid.
No, sir. Oh, look at that. That's cool. How the fuck do I get over there? Alright, here we go. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna save the goddamn game, dude. I know I'm gonna fuck this up. Yeah, look, I'm already fucking it up. Oh, yeah. Epic. Oh! Oh! Well, that's quite helpful. I don't have to go through a loading screen. Oh, come on, I jumped! Dude, I jumped! Third time's a charm, right? Oh, fuck me. Third time was indeed not the charm. I'm gonna try this until I get it. Come on! Come on, that's not fair. Oh, come on, are you serious? There's a little thing. God fucking damn it, dude. I actually feel super stupid. God damn it. I then find the door to head further in, and things are about to get spooky again. I head through door number 1 and find a circle of skeleton statues. When I get too close, they disappear and the floor rises to make a maze. In the maze, the skeleton guys have spread out and hurt the shit out of me when I get close. The worst part about it is that they only move when you're not looking at them. For those of you who don't know me, this is probably my most hated horror trope in video games. I absolutely hate this shit, and I let them know. Okay, fuck this. Fuck this. Fuck this. Fuck you. Fuck this. Fuck you. Fuck you. Oh, you son of a bitch. I was right there, you fucking piece of shit. The next room had a skeleton man with glowy bits that slowly makes his way towards you. He hurts if he gets too close, but he's none too scary. The next room makes me start the whole thing again. Okay. Okay, you know what? Fuck. What the fuck was that? Turns out it's actually just a really fast version of that one place from the beginning of Ocarina of Time. Just gotta dip in and out every once in a while, but again, not scary. The next room is a total trip. That kills me. Well. What the fuck? Well, it's a good thing I saved the game. I don't know what the fuck that was. The trick to this room is that it changes your perspective to be the center of the room that has the skeleton on fire, but your controls stay relative to your character. So you have to semi-blindly navigate to find the exit, all while this glowing skeleton from earlier is floating down chasing you. Luckily, I get through it pretty quick, but man, is it disorienting. It's hard to tell from the clip, but yeah, that's what's happening. Super trippy. Next room, we have a boss. He can shoot through walls, but he's none too tough. The next room, I immediately get a sense of fuck this, and just decide to full sprint through it.
Good thing I did too, because it was more of those bullshit statues I hate. The room leads to a shortcut that takes me back to the entrance, and I get the fuck out of there. Next, we head to the Inquisition Court sewers. The layout seems to be a normal sewer, but is filled with those creepy, fleshy monsters that make me make weird noises.
At least I can kill these things. Oh!
Deeper in, we see a big eye and a boss who gets stuck, so I just blast him. Continuing on, it gets more and more fleshy, with eyes everywhere. I then run into Conrad, a talking one of these things. He says he's waiting for the guy that I just killed, and I tell him that he went out for milk and cigarettes. I head up the ladder, and wouldn't you know it, the Inquisition Court sewers leads to the Inquisition Court. I kill the guards and go inside to find a circle of guys just staring at a skewered corpse. I kill them all, and then the boss. Also, the boss is just straight up Orenstein from Dark Souls 1, and has a really badass spear. Now, with being too fat to run, I end the episode. We start the episode by checking out the cool spear we just got. Turns out to have a unique weapon art that replaces the shout. Very cool. Also, turns out the Inquisition Court really has nothing for us at the moment. We kill one guy and look at a super confusing paper on the ground. I exit and explore the area surrounding the court. I find another priory as well as another skewered corpse. They spawn him in behind me, which is kind of a dick move, but he's not that hard and has nothing that I want. Head further down and find the entrance. Inside, I snipe a bunch of people and spiral down the ruins. I find a big cool room that opens a big cool portal, revealing a big cool boss fight. Dude's level 122, so I use my infinite mana spell to just go to town on his ass. Looting his corpse, we find our new ring. Also, Inquisitor Pepe shows up to talk some more shit and tells us to go through the portal. In the portal, there's some floating cubes and a large corridor with more enemies to snipe. I make my way down the corridor, eventually getting absolutely dunked on.
Fuck you, dog. Are you kidding me? Oh shit! You scared the fuck out of me! Holy shit. Dude just fucking murked me, bro. Oh my god.
Get back to where I was and find another skewered body. This time spawning a dude with a bow called the Moon Shooter. What a sick fucking name, bro. Continuing on, I finally reach a dead end. Not believing it for a second or about to do something very stupid, I put my full faith in the Indiana Jones franchise. My leap of faith succeeded, and I continue to the next corridor. More dudes to snipe, you get the picture. Fast forward to this fucking guy.
Yep. Oh shit! Oh my fucking god.
I recover and give him an ass whooping, but don't need a ton off his body. In the next room, we see a man just meditating in a force field, and once again, Pepe is here to talk some shit. He tells me he wants me to end him. I ask for some backstory that goes right over my head, but then I figured I'd just kill him. Though I'd have to find out how. I think I sequence break this a tiny bit because my spear is able to go past the force field and kill him. Pepe says that with him dead, the barrier is weakened, and the Grey March is now here. I don't understand what that means until I get blindsided by a boss.
Man deserves.
Ow. Dick. Whoa, whoa, what the fuck? Oh my god, what the fuck is happening here? Hello, how are you? I'm dead.
This time, I back up to see his cool entrance. Then I get to have a proper fight. But while I was running away, waiting for my magicka to recover, I accidentally run straight into him. Third time's the charm, and I actually kill him this time. Though his body doesn't drop, so there's nothing to loot. With that, I am done here, so I head back outside to find out that the weather has changed because of what I did. Also, there are now these huge crystal formations everywhere that spawn enemies. I'm sure that won't get annoying. I continue exploring to find a barrier tower with a high-level enemy who dies the same amount as his brethren. Apparently, he was protecting nothing, so I just end the episode there. We start the episode by fast-traveling to our most northern point, then immediately getting fucked by the enemy spawner. Running past it this time, we head into a cave close by. I spend way too much time painstakingly mapping out this whole cave, eventually finding the boss here, the Mountain Eater. He indeed eats mountains, finding a ton of ore on its body, as well as some stuff for the museum. I then find an entrance to an underground lake and head in deeper. Turns out not just to be an underground lake, but a whole ass fort down here. I get to snipe some people as I make my way through the fort, finding a door to the surface where I find another boss, but this one gets two-shot. The boss was guarding another priory. We find a really cool scene of this dead dragon pinned to the ground. In the next room, we find a locked cell with the Black Worm. No idea anything about this guy, but he asks nicely to be let out. I oblige and lose some karma for some reason. I talk to him again, and he actually sells stuff. A ton of summoning spells that are super cool. I buy every last one of them and talk to him about some lore stuff. In the cell next to him, there's another skewered body. This motherfucker has the goddamn Moonlight Greatsword, bro? I am for sure fucking taking that thing. Continuing to the next room, I find a key that unlocks a trap door to go down even further. From there, I accidentally run into a skewered body, and out comes my boy Solaire, dude. I don't want to, but I take him down, and I have to take his gear. That seems to be all that can be done here, so I make my way back outside so I can fast travel. Next on our path is another fort. Unfortunately, the only thing of note here was another skewered body, but this time I don't recognize him. I don't need his stuff either, so I move on. Now that we're outside, I end the episode off there. Continuing our journey of exploration, we head northeast to find another barrier tower. Sitting outside said tower is residential badass Pillinall Whitestrake. Now, this guy is cool for a multitude of reasons. He has a cool invisible sword that does crazy damage. He's fighting me one-handed because his other arm is all fucked up, giving me huge Artorias vibes. And lastly, this is the best part, according to Jim Bobby Hutchison 313, he is one of the most important figures in Elder Scrolls lore, and he wasn't fucking around. This guy's wiki page is extensive. I'm not going to dive into it here, but definitely check it out if you're interested. After putting down this absolute legend, of course all his shit needs to go into the museum. When I approached the tower he was guarding, it asks if I want to join with his consciousness. I accept and spawn within his memories, surrounded by bodies and a doggy. His name is Korn with a forwards K, and of course I pet him. Are you crazy? You don't even have to ask. Then comes trouble. I go to start a fight with these guys, and I apparently wake up the whole goddamn neighborhood, because these guys just keep coming. It takes me a couple of tries, but stealth turned out to be the best play as always. When I get close to the statues in the next room, it spawns a boss mob right on top of me. Of course, he kills me, and I have to do it all over again. I die some more, but ultimately come out on top. Only this time, I anger the pupper. I try to kill him to get him off my ass, but he's invincible. He doesn't do any damage to me either, so it's just something annoying I have to deal with now. Luckily not for long, because when I fight the next boss mob, he leaves me alone. In the next room, they make me fight 2 boss mobs, followed by another room full of dudes. Then, a fight with 3 of the fuckers. And finally, a fucking door. Through the big door was a big boss. I take all of his gear for the museum, and then Ball shows up. He tells me good job, but Pillinall is sick of his shit. He then opens up a portal to the boss's gallery. It's a bloody mess of flesh and bone trying to recreate some artwork. Then he shows me a lady in a cage and tells me to kill her. I really didn't think I had a choice here because it was a flashback, but when I do kill her, I lose karma and seem to get the bad ending for his story. It ends the flashback and I'm back where I started. We continue our journey around the perimeter, finding an apothecary, which carries nothing I need, so it's pretty useless to me. Right next door is the slums. I clear out the bottom floor, just a bunch of guys sitting in chairs. But when I go to the second floor to clear it out, I, for the life of me, cannot find the exit. I even went back and reviewed the footage to find where I came in from, and still there was no exit. So I had to reload my save to before I went to the second floor, and I just had to skip it. I exit the other side of the slums and end the episode. We trek on, exploring the northern side of the island. We first find an old temple of the 8 divines. Of course, just like every other place in this mod, it just goes deeper and deeper. Plenty of places to snipe down on some motherfuckers. Finding a door that needs magic to open, then finding some great arrows that I thought might be locked to using them on the great bow like Dark Souls, but nope. Can't aim with them, but that won't stop me from using them. Eventually, I find the boss and absolutely melt him. I don't need his armor, but he has a spell book, which reminds me to read all the ones I've been gathering. I then decide to try to summon an ancient flame lord.
There we go. Yo, you're fucking sick. Why are you hiding your privates? You naked? Considered naked? Yeah, you're a little shy. That's okay.
We then enter the prayer hall, where we find a dude just casually praising the Lord surrounded by bones. Turns out, he's a good guy though. We talk for a bit, and I end up asking him to join my party. He accepts because apparently I have enough karma. I then take a look around the room at the different altars. I decide to take Akatosh's blessing for the 10% boost to learning skills. With the place seemingly completed, we take our leave. The next place we find is this tower that immediately spawns a boss right behind me. After pelting him with fireballs, he goes down and has a ton of gear I need for the museum. He's got some cool bull armor and a giant guts greatsword. Now I'm super fat and need to put things away. So I end the episode to do just that in between. Get to start off the episode by going into the memories of the bull boss that we killed last episode. We get to see him walk down a corridor lined with his men. When we get to the end, we see Pellinol's body, and then the bull guy just vows to be evil. Then the whole fucking place goes up in flames. Flames that blow out my fucking eyes because the bloom is outrageous. A portal opens up and I follow the big guy in, ending the literal trip down memory lane. Not taking up nearly as much time as I thought it would, we move right along. Exploring the northwest portion of the map, we kill a couple of trash mobs, and finally, after 91 episodes, reach level 50. I even get an achievement for it, which I find hilarious that after 100 episodes and 223 hours in-game, that I only have 32 total achievements. 4 of which I get in like the last 2 episodes of this. Anyway, next point of interest is Sard's Charnel. Seems to be this sort of catacomb filled with skeletal enemies with a deep camaraderie.
Sure, let me just get right on that. Oh shit! Get down, Mr. President!
Find an elevator that leads to some enemies that truly disturb me.
Ew, what the fuck is those? Ew! Ew!
I guess I finally just got a good look at them, and yeah, they suck. I exterminate them with extreme prejudice and find another elevator to get me the hell out of there. Then, in the next room, I get one shot and have to do it all over again. Which extra sucks, cause that was actually the last room of the place. The door to the ossuary was right there, bro. In said ossuary, we find an absolutely huge room with a ton of cubby space. There, we are confronted by a boss who tries to be a cool guy, but falls short. He doesn't have anything cool, but the body he was talking to does have a couple of rings. Head back to the start and leave. While exploring, the devs pull a sneaky one by putting a skewered body behind a corner, thus triggering it to fight the boss mob without seeing it first. However, it didn't get the best of the always prepared penis. Back to adventuring, we finally start to head south towards the front gate of the city, running into a small village overrun by scorpions with only 2 houses to investigate. And only one of them turns out to be of any use. Another skewered body, this time it's Adam the Smasher, which I can only think is a reference to Atom Smasher from Cyberpunk 2077. Leaving the town behind, I find a stable near the front gate. They sell skeleton horses and skeleton unicorns. I buy the unicorn just to have it, even though I do have that cooler other horse. Now is the time to clear out this big bridge. I'm able to get the high ground and snipe the crap out of these losers. I loot them all and head across the bridge, running into the biggest bitch I've seen in a while. Though, turns out, he's not a bitch, and is a gentle giant. He tells me about his friends, whom he really seems to admire. Unfortunately, he refuses to let me pass. I decide to save my game and kill him, even though I really didn't want to. To my total surprise, I actually gain karma for killing him. I feel dirty, but I don't reload, deciding to wipe my tears and continue down the bridge. I am greeted by an epic sight of orb. Going to the bottom of the orb lets us enter it. And boy, it is pretty cool looking in here. Work my way through, killing people, getting killed, you know the drill. There's a couple of floors to this place, all leading to a cool throne room. Sitting on the throne with a sword in his chest is Jigalag. I take the sword out and the boss fight starts. This motherfucker is level 250 and is tanky as fuck. I use my infinite magic spell and machine gun the hell out of him. Even that isn't enough to take down this asshole. But one more fireball after my spell runs out is barely enough. Ironically, there's nothing I need from him. I can't even sit on the damn throne properly. I exit and see someone waiting for me on the bridge. He's a bishop who sells some spells. After our chat, I head back to the front gate to find out that all the big crystals that spawn enemies are all gone. That alone is a huge victory. Passing the front gate, we find a cave nearby that we will explore in the next episode. Heading straight into the cave, the only thing of real note is the boss at the end. A big ol' one of those roly-poly things we've been seeing running around, giving us a helmet made from its shell. Cute. On to the next cave, which is supposed to be a secret, but it has this big title card and a map marker. Inside the secret cave is a huge temple that is indeed filled with Mara worshippers. Once inside, we get to fight the fat boy himself, Smo, from Dark Souls. There is no way I'm not taking his gear for my office. Having acquired the key to the temple from him, we head in and slaughter the rest of them. We find another skewered body with a guy that means nothing to me. Deeper in, we find a room full of spiders along with a spider boss. It's not until after I kill her that I see she had her titties out the whole time. Nothing else to the place that I could find, so back out to the wasteland we go. Having completed our loop, I head back to the starting point to find a marker I missed. Turned out to just be a little shrine where I could change the weather or story progression. I don't fuck with it and fast travel to the sewers that lead to the inner city. It's filled with leeches and nothing important. We finally get into the inner city and find ourselves in a lovely garden. And who comes to greet us but the gardener himself? All we need from him are his swords. I go into the nearest door that actually heads to somewhere I've been before, but there's still enemies there, so it's new to me. Eventually, I do recognize the place and fast travel back to the garden. Moving north, we find some more absolute units. Past the big boys, we find Oltar's Charnel in the upper right corner. Inside, I ambush these guys, but Serana's summon totally turns on me and whoops my ass. I didn't even know her summons could do that. After reloading, I make it to the boss without issue. The boss is actually two, the Count and the Countess. Only they can't get through the door, so I just melt them from the hallway. I take their weapons and head out. Continuing my ring around the rosy, only this time I run into a bit of a roadblock. There's a gate that I need 50 smithing in order to open. Utterly defeated by a lever, I return to the garden and end the episode looking at a pretty flower. Now our goal is Manifest Destiny. That is to say, we just head west. Immediately get scared by another gate, but this one opens. Run into a skewered body that has a guy in Eastern-looking armor, but nothing I need for the museum. I then decide to try something new for once. I try out the spell Storm Hand. Even though it has very short range, it should have crazy damage. Finding my first victim, it sure does one-shot the fucker. Behind him is the door to Kyria Moramath. I probably pronounced that 100% correctly, but regardless, it essentially translates to Room with Big Stair. I try out another new spell in Grand Healing, but we find out soon that that was a mistake. I get to the top of the stairs and I find another dude sitting on another throne. So many thrones in this place, man. It's in this fight that I find out that Stormhand actually does considerably less damage than Old Reliable at the cost of way more mana. We get a key to the Golden Sanctuary for killing the dude and head straight there. It is truly a Golden Sanctuary because it's piled high with shinies I can't touch. There's another room with even more fake gold piles and also the Pope himself. He's not looking too hot, so I phone up the Vatican to let them know to get the white smoke ready. He actually had a good chunk of change on him, as well as a staff that does crazy damage for a glorified candlestick. Behind the Pope, we find Big Egg. In Big Egg, there's a ring for the museum, and 99 hearts, 99 flesh, and 99 skulls. Epic. Next to Big Egg is a skewered body that spawns in Scrooge himself, because where else would he be? He has a giant anvil hammer that has enemies dropping more gold when killed with it, which is pretty cool, and I might use later to farm if I ever see any more money problems again. Leaving the Cave of Wonders behind, we continue west. I get to have another fun paralysis trip.
Oh, fuck me. What happened? He paralyzed me again, bro. Holy shit, I'm alive. Okay.
We reach another dead end, so I head into the intersection of the city. Find the big portal that leads to the inside of the tower, but we still have a little more exploring to do. I use the 4 gates to circumvent the roadblocks and discover a few more places. First is the Malatar Mansion. Honestly, not much of a mansion and more of a series of gates for some reason. There's also this Khajiit sitting outside the gate called the Mad King. He talks some shit and attacks me, but he's level 1. I turn him to ash, and he continues to talk shit. The gate opens up, spawning more enemies that pose little threat. Continuing in, and oh look, another gate. I listen to him drone on and fight some more guys. And with the rule of 3, it happens one last time. I get to sit on yet another throne and then head upstairs. We find the Mad King pissing and shitting himself on the floor like a neglected baby. I don't see anything else to do, so I put him down and gain some more karma. I take my leave and go through another gate. The next area we find is the arena, which I'm super excited about. The arena was always the first thing that I did when starting a new game of Oblivion. Much to my surprise, we now get to fight the Grey Prince, who was the champion of the arena in Oblivion and was actually a pretty good guy from what I remember. So I was pretty confused that I gained karma for killing him. Maybe just for the fact that he was a vampire alone? Regardless, he's dead and leaves behind the best armor I've seen yet. It will later become my new main set, but I wanted to get enchanted first. I finish exploring around the city, finding another skewed body with a man dual-wielding katanas, which was cool, but had nothing I needed. I end the episode by entering the tower. I keep trying to do the outro, but people just keep walking into the damn room. Finally ready to climb the tower, we clear out the first floor. Then it spawns in a ghost version of Inquisitor Pepe. He talks about, well, I don't really know what he's talking about. It goes right over my head, for sure. We find one last big guy at the top of the stairs and go through the door behind him. Thus begins the gauntlet of Daedra, the Grey March guys, and worst of all, stairs. After a ton of flights and a couple of cool elevators, we run into the mini-boss of the gauntlet. A guy dubbed the Fool Killer stands before me, and I feel like he's specifically put here to kill this fool. I cinch up my bladder and start the fight. All the fear I felt immediately melted away from me when I realized he couldn't get through the door. When he dies, I take the key to the next door and talk to another Pepe ghost. He tells me that in the next room, I'll be fighting Alyssa herself. She has been talked about and hyped up this entire journey, so I was pretty excited. Head into the next room to see a vortex force field with some dudes praying around it. I take out the ads, and that brings down the force field. I step inside the first lair and spawns in Volar, the Deathbringer. He has a really sick-looking scythe that I really want. Now it's time to confront the bad bitch herself. I walk up to her and she starts spouting some nonsense. Then she gets absolutely dunked on by Laza of Order. I kill him for kill stealing and strip him naked to humiliate him. I take Alyssa's head, honestly just because I can, but now I'm over carrying capacity and gotta put some stuff away. In the next room, we talk to Pepe one last time where he tells me to turn back or die in vain. I tell him to fuck off and head up to the throne. Thing is, no one's there. I look around and find a thing that I can't use, but when I turn back around, who do I see but the man himself injured behind the throne? I don't know who did this to him, but all he does is plead me to stop. So I unceremoniously one-shot his ass and find he had that stone everyone was talking about. I put the stone on the little circle, and the big circle turns into a huge rising portal. I hop right in and go to heaven. There's a statue of Molag Bal that when I interact with it, I get this pop-up. Not knowing what the hell is going on, I walk forward, going into another portal that knocks me out and has me waking up next to a lake. Also next to some kitty cats that at the time I didn't recognize, but they are the Khajiit couple from the beginning of the quest, now reincarnated together as a little kitty couple. Then I talk to the Khajiit nearby named Jazan. He tells me he pulled me out of the lake and tells me about the kitties, but that's about it. He sells some rings that I need, but an overall pretty anticlimactic ending. I didn't know what to do with myself, so I just started fishing. Then I think, hell no, that can't be it. So I look up the ending. Turns out I didn't get an ending at all. First, I find out that you can actually use the eye to see how much karma you have, as well as being able to track all the quests in Cold Harbor. Something that would have been really helpful 10 episodes ago. Next, I head to the museum where I do some long overdue inventory management. While there, I look for the displays for the Vigilant mod. It's there that I see I did not complete Chapter 4. Lastly, I head back to the Temple of Stendarr. In the library, there is a stone tablet thing that, when you use it, sends you back to the coffin you popped out in Cold Harbor. Some of the NPCs that we've run into are now hanging around here, so we can chat them up. Now, with all the quest markers active, I can finally see exactly what I haven't done. It's then that I see the tower behind the temple has a marker on it, even though I'm pretty sure I cleared it out. Apparently, I didn't do the memory thing, cause it wasn't active at the time. I merge with the memories, and it puts me in front of some dude that just tells me to go back. That's it. The memory ends, and I end the episode. Now it's time we finish this bitch. We start by going to the last of the memory towers. Only this time, it's not much of a memory. It's literally just a cave with a bull man overlooking a little baby basket. Only thing I can do is touch the baby basket, and it gives me a fucking Elder Scroll. Now that I've got a 4th fucking Elder Scroll, the quest marker updates, sending me back to the First Inquisition court. Back to that mysterious body with that weird piece of paper next to it. The plaque next to it has a word missing, which is obviously bull, and saying so opens a secret door. These guys thought they would be okay hiding in the walls, and they almost got away with it too. At the end of it all, there's a big swirly bit that dies with the 3 guys I blow up. It reveals 2 more fucking Elder Scrolls, but these I don't get to keep. I also have to give up the Bull Elder Scroll in order to open a portal to who the fuck knows where. Gotta be a good time though. We spawn in someone's office and it looks like they had a prank pulled on them. A bull wearing the Amulet of Kings. Truly very funny. We do the obvious thing and talk to it. Turns out we can give him a nose ring we got from the boss, and when we do, he transforms back into a man, sort of. He thanks me for saving him and tells me how he came to be so epically pranked. Turns out the Elysians are funnier than I thought. We then admire the fan art on his wall. With all of that taken care of, we are teleported back to the court, and the quest is completed, so we move on. The next couple of things we try turn out to be a waste of time. We head back to that place where that Khajiit guy was pissing himself next to the skeleton. I can't find anything to do here, so I take the time to look it up. Turns out I should have interacted with the skeleton before killing him, because it gives me a flashback, or whatever, who cares. I then try to head over to this other quest marker, and for the life of me, I just can't find a way to it. So, on to the next quest marker for a cave that leads to a cemetery. There, we find the slave trader's body, whose little side story I really don't care about, to be honest. I'm a breeder, not a reader, so all these little sticky notes he's been leaving in my lunchboxes ain't doing it for me. Cool little ring, though. It wants us to interact with these crosses, and when we do so, sends us to a funeral. A funeral for our dead sister, Martha.
Why did you say that name?
Ball shows up playing Freebird, and he says he can bring her back if we collect enough souls. We tell him to fuck off and get some karma. And scene. So we decide to check out the rest of the place. Of course, we've got some skeletons to fight, as well as some knights, and a boss right in front of the chapel, but none of them had anything of worth. Inside the chapel, however, there is a man praying, just surrounded by bones. He spouts some zealot nonsense before attacking me. I blow his back out and take his sword and boner. I try to interact with the dick of the skeleton he was praying to, but nothing happens. Now it's off to the final quest marker back at the slums. I for sure thought it was going to be something on the second floor, but the marker leads to a door I missed called Beggar's Path. In Beggar's Path, we kill a lot of dudes that were honestly just chillin'. We then find a guy that I leave alive who's just... The next room in this sewer really opens up, and now I get to swim at the speed of sound. At the other end, we find a shortcut back to the guy. We go back through the shortcut and find the real way forward. On to the giant downward spiral that I eventually get bored with and just jump straight down. At the bottom, I find another skewered body. Again, nothing interesting, so we move on to find a knight and a flesh dog thing sitting around a campfire. With everything they say going straight over my head, I grab this glowy key and head into the next room. I'm greeted by a scary wall of flesh and eyes. Of course, spawning a boss fight. This Mary bitch is fucking huge, so I melt her with my infinite mana spell. When she dies, I absorb her soul like a dragon for some reason and get control taken away from me to the point where I almost die. It cuts to black, and when I wake up, I'm playing Oblivion. We get to meet Pepe when he was alive, and he tells us that we're a witch and will be burning at the stake. Molag Bal comes over to say, "Damn, that sucks, bitch." And we're sent back to our body. We loot the boss and find a tentacle sword that I technically don't need, but take anyway, and a ring. I make my way out, and with all the quests I can get to done, it's time to end this bitch. I get back up the tower to the statue, and this time it works. It sends me somewhere else and gives me a Sandman to interact with. Doing so gives me another flashback where I get to sit down with Pepe and interrogate him about a stone. We get nowhere, so I leave, leaving the dream as well. I jump down to head to the next Sandman. This one sends me to a desert where this guy, Maruk, just monologues. Next to the dead tree in the center is a skeleton of a bard, and after I loot him, Alyssa herself pops up behind me. I talk to her, and nothing happens. So I talk to her again and lose karma, but at least it ends this time. Back to wherever this is, I try my best to parkour over some rocks to get to the next marker. Before I can get to it, guess who's standing in my way? The man himself, Molag Bal, come to finally fight like a man. Which, I'll admit, terrified me at first, due to him being level 204. So I hit him with every fireball I could manage and decided to be a bit cheeky and finish him off with the Bard's Dagger. Then I kinda just move on with my life. I climb up to interact with the final Sandman, and it sends me to a beautiful forest. I head over to the quest marker, and it's pointing at nothing. Confused, I take a break to look it up. Turns out you have to talk to this girl on the other side of the tree, and now that I know the path to the best ending, that's what I'll be going for. She says I need to finish the song, so I guess I'm playing as the bard now. I tell her I'll figure it out for the next time we meet, and then some guy runs up to take her away. I stand there waiting an hour, and a lute spawns for me to touch. The bard says that she died off screen, then spawns us in front of her grave. He proceeds to spout some poetic shit that I'm sure is really good, and I'm just an idiot. Then, a nice little touch with the music changing to have what I assume is her singing and the bard playing. Also, the song kinda slaps. I like it a lot, and I think it's a cute detail. We walk away from the grave and find Molag Bal hanging about. When we talk to him, he's super confused about why we refuse to bring her back to life. We just call him a retard and he asks for our name. We get 3 choices, and depending on your answer, you get a different permanent buff. We give him the name of the greatest randomly generated Skyrim name that has ever been produced, and we get a small 5% magic resistance. We head for the exit and come back to a crumbling statue, having finally completed the Vigilant mod. I head back to the museum to check out the dynamic displays for each chapter. After reading them all, I take the time to shout out the video I followed to get the ending, and do a bit of gushing about the mod before ending the episode. Deciding on what to do next, there's another big mod called Wyrmstooth that I wanted to check out, but its trigger is locked behind our next main quest. So, we now have our goal. We fast travel to Iverstead to start our journey up the mountain like they've been wanting me to do for the past 90 or so episodes. I climb the mountain, reading some lore, and meeting some people who have nothing interesting to say along the way. Reaching the top, I head inside and fuck with this guy's pathing a bit. He asks for a demonstration, and I give it to him. We talk for a bit, and he gives me the second word to the most iconic shout in the game. They want another demonstration, which gives me the opportunity for some elder abuse. They take me outside to do the only thing I remember about this quest, running through the gate. After impressing them with my ability to press the Z key, they send me on a fetch quest. I then proceed to get lost for about 20 minutes in this goddamn dungeon that isn't long or big in any way, I'm just dumb. Finally make it to the end to get a new dragon slur. I then find a series of rocks that when passed open some gates, clearly wanting me to use my new movement tech they gave me. Though when I do, it totally shits the bed and crashes my game. Ironically, when I get back, it takes several attempts to actually do it. Apparently, the game didn't like the fact that I did it on my first try, so it proceeded to fuck me over and over and over again. I finally get through and get to the place where the horn should be. Only, the horn isn't there, and in its place is a note that reads, "Dear Dragonborn, haha loser retard get fucked. I took your horn, and if you want it back, I'm at a love hotel with your mom. Come rent a room. Yours truly, the Giga Chad Guardian." I go to the hotel and buy a room ready for some prime NTR or CBT, but to my surprise, the nice woman I bought the room from comes in and just gives me the horn. She takes me into the other room to talk, but surprisingly, this secret room isn't filled with whips and chains and gimp suits. Turns out she actually wants our help slaying some dragons. She tells us to meet her at an ancient dragon burial site. When I get outside, she immediately dips. Trying to start episode 97, and I'm ambushed by werewolves. I take them out and proceed to figure out what the hell I was just doing with my life. First thing we are going to do is return the horn. And as soon as we do, they teach me the final part of the iconic dragon slur. They then say I'm ready for a circle jerk session, so I suffer through that. I then get to explore and get a quest to find the library. A quest that I fail because I can't find it and get bored. So I head out to help at the dragon burial site. As soon as I spawn in, someone stops me to give me the starting quest of the Wyrmstooth mod. We'll be doing the intro quest for that, but I'm waiting for episode 101 to actually go there and check it out. For now, we make our way to our objective, only to be hit with this. We'll definitely be doing that next, I think. For now, we are going to help her with the dragon burial site. Holy fucking what?
Oh.
I'm sorry? This dude just spawned and died on top of me. Man, this episode's crazy. And things get worse the closer I get. Interesting. And this is back. Why? I've really got to look up that shout, bro. That clear sky shout. I also got to look up who told me about that because I'm going to have to give him a kiss. I'm gonna have to hold him down and kiss him. You are fucking me right now, bro. Is this like scripted? Because that's not fair. Visibility is none right now. Can't see a goddamn thing. And they expect me to fight a dragon? By some miracle, I find the lady and then get to watch a cutscene of the bad dragon. Evil dragon. Not bad. Resurrecting another dragon. I then get to fight said dragon, but luckily the weather clears up. It goes down easy enough, so now this bitch believes me about being the Dragonborn. We get to talk to her, and turns out that she's a blade. You know, the guys that were way cooler in the last game. She talks about how she thinks the Thalmor are behind the dragons coming back, but doesn't actually know shit. She said she'll get with us later, so I go off to do a different quest. The intro quest to the Wyrmstooth mod requires us to meet a man at a pub in Whiterun. I sit next to him, and Serana gets all passive-aggressive for me not pulling up a chair for her.
I was beginning to think you were never going to show up.
Okay, Serana, just sits at a different table and stares over at me like you couldn't pull up a chair, bitch. Calm down. I received your message. It sounds like you're having trouble with a dragon.
The guy starts by saying he's got a dragon problem. He works for the East Empire Trading Company, and their caravans have been burnt up by said dragon. There's a 10,000 gold bounty on it, and we're not the only person they're hiring. After talking to him, he did the Batman thing where he disappears right after talking to you.
I'll be waiting here for your return.
You want a drink?
Godspeed, Dragonborn.
No? Thank you? Okay. Oh, and he's gone? No, he's right here. He just moved seats. Okay, cool.
After that goofy encounter, we go and meet up with the other mercenaries near Falkreath. They say the dragon is roosting nearby, so I start to follow. When we get there, I am once again paralyzed because it gets funnier every time. The dragon flies over and starts talking about how if we want him, we can find him in Wyrmstooth, and he talks about the amazing fight we'll have because I'm such a great warrior. Even though he just picked me up by the scruff of my neck like the pussy I am. Luckily, the mercenaries I was with did the wise thing to not make fun of me. Serana, however, did a little dance, I think, to make fun of me. I explore the area and find a dragon slur. Then it's back off to the bannered mare to give a report. For some reason, my guy is working in the kitchen. When I go to talk to him, a different man spawns in to give me a hug. A hug that was so nice. It moved me. Being surrounded by death and chaos all the time has really hardened my penis. And to have a complete stranger embrace that hard penis, it really melts my heart and softens my tardy penis. I give my report and he tells me there's a ship that will be waiting for me to take me to the mod. But again, that'll be for later. Then, for some reason, people just start to spawn on top of me. Like, a lot of people. Scared for my life, I run to the palace to enchant some of the new gear I got from Vigilant. Got a new pokey stick, new bow, new clothes, new shoes, a whole new fit for my penis. While testing out my new toys, I accidentally clip a guard and aggro everyone. However, they immediately give up. So, cool. We head back to the inn to meet up with our blade pal. She suspects the Thalmor have something to do with the dragons returning, so she wants me to do a sneaky and infiltrate a Thalmor party to then slip away and find some juicy deets and slip out unnoticed. That's the plan, anyway. We're off to meet our contact to get into the party. We meet him in solitude, picking up our buddy Cat Vegetable along the way because he deserves to party every once in a while too. We meet the contact and give him all our gear to sneak into the party. I debate giving him all my gear just to be funny. I wanted to see him try to sneak in 400 pounds worth of shit. But I end up just giving him my weapons and armor. Now, I'm just a naked penis. But not for long, as I head to my next objective where they give me clothes. But before then, I die. All because I gave away my moon shoes. Anyway, we got our clothes and hop in our new ride to the party. When we arrive, we are immediately harassed by the local homeless, so I spit on them like a true noble. Gotta blend in. I make my way inside and meet the host. While talking, I'm saved by my contact at the bar. I tell him I'm ready to start the mission, and he wants me to cause a distraction so that we can leave. I dick around a bit, but I don't really know what to do. So I decide to make a cut and come back when I figured it out. I did not figure it out. So I decide to just start talking to people. The first guy I talked to, however, turned out to be the key. The homeless man from before. Turns out that if I give him some beer, he'll do whatever you ask. So he gets everyone's attention and we sneak out to the kitchen. I get my shit, so it's sneaky beaky time. I immediately fuck that up and start slinging fireballs. Stealth is officially out the window, so I start killing everybody up in here. After my crime spree, I finally find the notes I was looking for. While I was searching, I heard people talking, so I threw some fireballs that way, and turns out I should have paid more attention because it turned out to be friendly fire. Oh well. We find a prisoner in a cell, and turns out that he's a part of the Thieves Guild, so we rescue him, and he shows us the way through a trap door that leads to a cave. Outside, there's a bunch of people fighting, but it's got nothing to do with me, so I fast travel away back to Riverwood. Find the Blade Lady, get all my shit back, and tell her the bad news that they don't know shit either. I tell her they're looking for some old dude named Esbern. Apparently he's some higher up in the Blades and is hiding in the Ratway. We go right to him and he is easily convinced. He starts to follow me and I raid his house for valuables. Getting everything I want, we head back to the inn. The Blades are reunited and we head downstairs. They talk about a bunch of bullshit that ends up with us having to go to a temple to look at a wall. We start the episode off right by dying to a dragon, of fucking course. Not just once, either. Luckily, he breaks long enough for me to kill him.
Weird that it didn't turn into a skeleton. Oh, okay. Okay.
Now, with the path clear, we head down into the cave and, well, clear a path. Up until we reach this stupid puzzle. This puzzle had me stumped for a good while, and it didn't help that the children were fighting. Turns out that I had to wait for them to stop fighting so that they could tell me the answer. Then, in the next room, they almost get me killed because they're pathing straight to me even though I have to navigate a floor full of traps. I take a breath, heal up, and head to the next room where they want me to offer my blood to open a door.
Oh, goody here. Let's fucking cut ourselves, shall we? Oh, a little cut on my penis never hurt nobody.
It's coming to life.
Finally, in the temple, we find the wall. Now, this part kind of pissed me off. I cut out about an hour of troubleshooting. This old dickhead wouldn't talk about the wall. He would just say, okay, and light a torch, but nothing else. I tried everything. Disabling him and re-enabling him in the console, leaving, coming back, saving, quitting. Nothing was working and I was starting to give up. Then I noticed that the blade bitch was nowhere to be seen. Turns out that she was stuck in the hallway and needed a little disable-enable action to get her moving again. She starts moving and finally talks to the motherfucker. Once again, I'm pissed at how simple the solution is, but now the game can move on. The old man spouts some bullshit about needing a shout to take down Alduin. So now they want me to go back to the Greybeards and ask them about it. The Greybeards do not know it. Great. But they want me to talk to their leader. He lives on top of the mountain and I need another shout to get to him. They take me outside and teach me the Clear Skies shout, which is exactly what I was looking for. I had no idea that this was how you got it. And I'm so glad because now I don't have to wait in between random weather effects. For now, our goal is to scream our way up this mountain. And of course, their leader is a dragon. Everyone remembers this. It's one of the few things that I actually remember from my original playthrough back in 2011. What I didn't remember was just how slow this bitch talks. God damn. He gives me the shout to breathe fire, and I mean, good on them for not making this the first shout that you get, because that would just be too typical, you know? He then asks me to spit in his face, to which I oblige. And now that I've provided him with this service, I ask him to teach me the Dragon Rend shout. This motherfucker doesn't know it either. He then wastes more of my time by telling the story of how Dragon Rend doesn't actually kill Alduin, it just cripples him, allowing the humans to use the Elder Scroll to send him forward in time. Which is a sick story, but doesn't help me none. But then he tells me it can help by using the Elder Scroll now to travel back in time and learn the Dragon Rend shout there. The game then tells me that I already have the Elder Scroll I need, but I've got 3 of them and don't really know which one it's talking about. So I try reading them all and get the right one on my second try. It then shows me a scene of what happened that day. These dudes bully the shit out of this dragon. Then Alduin shows up and starts to bully him back, which ends when he's teleported away.
And flung him into the future, where my evil is law.
The scene ends, and I now know Dragon Rend. When I get back, guess who's waiting for me? The big bad himself. Now, I'll be real, I don't remember fighting him this early on, and just his level alone was pretty intimidating. But I now had the ultimate card up my sleeve, Dragon Rend. His kryptonite finally in my possession. I equip it and immediately hit my fucking teammate with it, dude. One of the few dragons that's actually nice to me, and I just hit his ass with a fucking secret technique. I do actually manage to hit Alduin with it, and it really seems to do fuck all. It kinda just makes him land, and if it further debuffs him than that, it is not even noticeable. So of course I die, and die, and die, and die, and die, and die. I eventually find a spot where I don't get shit on and manage to whittle him down. Of course he doesn't die, however, and talks some shit before fucking off. I talk to Parthenax, and he praises me for my effort despite my oopsie-whoopsie friendly fire moment. He then says that he doesn't know where Alduin went, so we need to beat it out of one of his buddies. We need to convince the Jarl of Whiterun to let us use his palace to capture one of his gangs and show him what's what. After that, we chit-chat for a bit too long because it gets pretty dark out and the streetlights come on, which means it's my curfew, so I can't play outside anymore. Well, we got a ton done in these 50 episodes, huh? Tackling the Dawn Guard, finding our waifu, even if we didn't finish it. Getting back to the past with the paradox-filled mystery of the Forgotten City mod. Climb the ladder in the Thieves Guild, returning it to its former glory. Triumphantly conquering a god and saving sinners in the incredible Vigilant mod. And even getting some mainline quests in there at the end. This has been such a fun and wild ride, and I want to thank anyone and everyone who's been on this journey with me. Whether it's just through these recap specials or watching the episodes as they come out, thank you again for taking the time out of your day to watch me flail around and try to be funny. I've always had tons of fun playing video games, and I've always wanted to share that experience. And it fills me with so much joy and satisfaction to see that someone else out there actually gives a little bit of a shit. I also want to thank the people behind the Elysium Modlist itself, as well as all the creators on every mod in said list. Unfortunately, I can't shout out everyone individually, because then the video length would be ridiculous. But enough with the sappy shit, you know what to do. Hit subscribe, ring the bell, comment your favorite Toda suck, get in the description and send me an email with your credit card information, call your parents. They miss you, retard! Don't send me that email. I'll see you in the next one.